And greetings to you all. I'm Commander Yannick, and welcome to my stream. Some of you may know me from the Elite community. Some of you may never heard of me before, but you're all equally welcome. And welcome to this journey in Elite Dangerous Odyssey Alpha, the third phase. Phase 3 technically, but I'm calling it the third phase just to make it a little bit more theatrical and a little bit more interesting maybe. In all seriousness though, joking aside, this Phase 3 update is starting to be kind of more definitely of interest for the exploration community, I think, within Elite particularly, or just anyone who has really interest in sort of seeing alien life within the game, because obviously there's the new biological suit, the Artemis, that's been debuted with this new element of the DLC. Okay, it's an alpha test still of a DLC, but it's all viable. At least that's what we're hoping to discover today, with my own personal test of the new Artemis suit, which is specifically designed to be the exploration suit within the new Odyssey milieu. If milieu is the right word that I'm looking for, but I'm heading towards a moon so that all these assumptions can be tested. The hope is to discover some kind of local life there. And when that happens, then we can test the capabilities of the suit and whatever sensors it may have. Now, I will be the first to admit that for the space legs part of Odyssey, I have not got every single control mastered yet, because I've not really been taking part of the much in the sort of combat elements of it so far, but that's something that I will be doing in due course. Yeah, I think for a while also it was tempered by the fact that the on stations on foot for some reasons or around bases, the frame rate was not particularly good for me for a while. I haven't tested that for about a week or so, so I may do that soon to see what happens. So the optimization should really be increasing as the weeks go by with this. So I mean, I'm crossing my fingers for that. Hope that will happen. And hello to you all in the chat. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day, evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you may be. Okay. Never been here before, so I'll do some of the usual scanning, as a matter of course. Deploying a detail scanner, which is basically a series of probes for you who have not seen Elite before. You can see the probes then streaking away towards the planet and then arcing in as they reach the local gravity. And bingo, got it in one. Get a little efficiency bonus, as you can see, if you get the 100%. If you get the 4 probes target down on the right hand side there. For this particular body requires 4 probes optimally, and I've done it within 4, so that's all good. Okay. That's been sorted. Now, see if we can see any life from orbital sensors. Say, the way this works, I think it probably will not show on orbital sensors. I don't think that has changed much into Odyssey from Horizons. But there are some installations there already on the surface. Let's fly to a random location and see what can be found. Okay. With my explorer's hat on, go around looking for interesting features in the terrain. Sometimes that could be a canyon, it could be a mountain, a gorge, some hills, a crater, or a crater where it meets some hills, you know, a rill, a valley, a gorge, etc. Or just something that just stands out, really. This kind of view is sometimes very useful. You can see the optimal amount of surface at once. So see a sort of sideways on sort of image. Yeah. Actually, that bit there looks quite interesting for terrain, so I will go there. as always hoping to discover something that is eye-catching. Or at the very least, something that's unusual. As always with any kind of DLC update, you're looking for obviously the sort of changes, subtle or blatant, but in this case, obviously some people probably haven't seen Elite before, but yeah, I think the space parts of Odyssey are very similar, at least superficially so, to the previous Horizons and even the base game versions of Elite Dangerous. So in that regard, not much has changed, but I said there were subtle differences, mostly in the lighting system has been made. Subtle is the correct word, I think, for it. It's the most, it's definitely changed. I mean, space itself is actually somewhat blacker than before, subtly so, to like a sort of deep, bluey kind of black, almost black, but not quite. Maybe I'll go slightly off to one side into the canyon here rather than the raised ground. Yeah, that makes sense. It's quite jagged looking, this canyon, so I see there's still some sort of, not pixelation technically, but the sort of way it's been, the squares are in the terrain. But yeah, that particular way it's resolved hasn't quite worked out yet, but I say it's still a work in progress. So I won't judge too harshly just yet. If this was obviously the full release and it was still looking like this, I would be somewhat concerned. But yeah, we are only in an alpha and phase 3 or 4 public alpha test phases that Frontier have recently put out. But say overall, I'm fairly happy. Yeah, I'm fairly happy with the way it sort of worked. The new sort of DLC components. Yeah, we have 3 human signals detected there on the right hand side. Yeah, I'm thinking this canyon may not be quite as fruitful as I would have hoped. I will go further onto other areas of the surface and then see what gives there. The good thing about the Cobra Mark III is the boost speed of it is actually quite good for an unmodified ship, unengineered ship. Engineering obviously can get much, much faster. That's a good thing. Engineering generally I always recommend to anyone, I really do. I do have plans in the near future to actually start using a webcam with this. That's work in progress. But yeah, at the moment that's not really an option for me. But I hope to have some fun in that regard, say in the near future. Ah, the surface beginning to resolve slightly better now. There's definitely an improvement. Yeah, the surface is not as smooth here as has been in some other places. This is more of a rocky than an icy world, though. I might just get out on the surface to test the pseudonym anyway, even in the absence of any kind of life forms. I'm going to actually, when I land in a second, I'll go to the system out to see if any other planets in the system that are probably better for this sort of thing. Because I don't want to be hunting somewhere that there's very little chance of me finding what I want. Then again, there's new forms of sort of alien life in the game, sort of the plant kind or crystalline variety. I'm not sure what you call it, even fungi potentially. Stuff that doesn't move very, very quickly or at all. Okay, this looks like a good spot over here. Or as good a spot as I'm realistically going to find. So yeah, time to deploy the landing gear and set down over here. I think in the discovery category, sometimes you do actually find things in the sort of vicinity of a landing site that you don't necessarily see very well from the air. I think that's part of the way the software generates it, but all that I've seen to date. See, that was very hidden. But anyway, I will land here and see what this site has to offer up. to the eagle-eyed explorer. I must admit, not feeling 100% eagle-eyed at the moment. Not had the best night's rest, but that's just one of those things. I still crack on. I'm still here doing my thing. I think a lot of people are going to be streaming this morning with the Odyssey Phase 3 content. And who can blame them? This is a good opportunity, definitely, to do some exploration. Yeah, I'll do the on-foot test first, I think. Or having said that, I could actually go to the SRV and then get out and on foot. I might do it that way around, actually. It's like Apollo transitioning from the rover to purely on foot, so yeah. I'll do the SRV to start with, yeah. And maybe I'll try and use the Artemis suit after a while. Use my SRV as a sort of mobile forward base, as it were. I mean, to be fair, that's exactly what the Apollo astronauts always did. It was designed to sort of save them a lot of time and a lot of legwork as well, getting from one place to the other. Because I've probably alluded to it on past streams. Like Apollo 14, they just were walking absolutely everywhere, and just like too far, really, for someone in a spacesuit. Because I don't know if many people realise this, but even in the best spacesuits, you're still to a degree fighting against the atmosphere of your own suit, because outside of your suit there's a vacuum or very, very low pressure, depending obviously where you are. So you're actually to a degree fighting against the atmosphere within, and that does require some effort. Even if the joints are sort of as good as they can get or near perfect, it's still hard work, you know. Or that's why sometimes you think that even someone like doing an EVA at the International Space Station, they often think, well, how could they be exhausted, you know, after sort of hours of spacewalking? It's like they're just floating there. It's like, well, they're not just floating there, they're sort of pulling themselves along. And when they do that, let's say you're pulling yourself along a guide rail on the ISS, you're still fighting against the atmosphere of your own suit, even if the modern suits are probably much more efficient than those in previous generations in terms of movement, because you're still moving a mass of yourself and the suit along. So it's harder than it looks, definitely. Okay, I think this is mostly flat part. I'm going to sort of park myself up here and have a sort of scan around with the external camera to see what's around here. I don't expect there's much at the present. I think it's the sort of bluish colour over there. I wonder if that's a planet or an exhaust of something else. Well, or is it actually the dirt trail coming up from this SRV? I noticed on the surface of icy worlds, there's definitely quite pronounced tracks from the SRVs. And he flies through the air. Oh no, it's a stellar object. Huh. I think it's always coloured against the background. It's slightly different to Horizon, so I mistook it for a second to be something else. But that can happen. Confusion in space is not a new thing. That's the trusty old Cobra over there. Okay. Yeah, they say the SRV model is slightly different from the Horizons one. It's not like radically different, but it's different enough to be noticeable. It is more grippy. It is kind of easier to drive, and in fact, it doesn't as easily lose traction and start skewing across the surface. On this rocky world particularly, it seems to be very grippy, even though the gravity is very low here. It's like, I think, 0.16 G. Very easy to go flying in an SRV. I mean, yeah, it would be interesting to see different levels of grip that you could change depending whether you had drive assist on or not. Drive assist really is probably not that well thought out at the moment. I don't think historically it really has been, to be honest, but yeah. Okay, I'll go to external camera, and I don't expect to find anything particularly in the vicinity, but I'll soon see. Sometimes getting a bit of perspective in any situation will help you find things. Why did it just do that? That's weird. No, I understand under the surface. Okay, fair enough. If I raise the angle, so the altitude of the camera, it shouldn't be hitting anything. Nothing to hit. That's very weird. It's gone completely black. Ah, had something there. Why is it being weird? I can see a sort of greyed out image. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe I have to reset the camera. Maybe it's malfunctioning. It's going to bug in this probably. I'll leave it for now. Okay, onwards I think. It's always a good rule of thumb anyway in exploration. Just onwards. If you can't find what you want, onwards is the answer. And going pretty easily, flying through these places these days. That's one thing that hasn't changed with SRVs. You go flying very easily. Very easily. Okay, right. Let's see what we have. Yes. Looking back for a second on the Cobra. As I park up, let's look to the system map to see what other bodies would be appropriate for this sort of thing. I say we are sort of looking for a life form test really at the moment. That would be the best thing. I think the planetary frame rate, I did a little bit of changing graphic settings last night, but after I downloaded the new sort of Phase 3 update, it's a little bit better. It's not radically better though. There's still sort of kind of what frame rates on the low side at the moment in the SRV particularly. Space ones aren't so bad, but for some reason the SRV doesn't seem to be all that great. I don't know if it's just the new terrain modelling, and again that being unoptimized. That's entirely possible. I suppose that's the most likely thing. Because I don't think the graphics card or my system is really working overtime at the moment or anything. So I don't think that's it. It's not a system issue. Because obviously if my system has been maxed out, everything would be pretty much in the red, or at least that the CPU and the GPU would be in the red. But neither were really, so it's a bit odd, to say the least. Okay, sorry, system app is not opening. I'll try another approach. Tend to have the controls mapped out just as button presses normally. For some reason it's not activating. System map, ahoy! Actually, that's a good question for you all out there. Do you prefer the sound of the stream with the music at a low level in the background like it is at the moment, or do you prefer it sort of without and just hearing the sounds of Elite or just whatever game I'm playing at the time, really? Obviously, I'm playing more Elite than anything else, but that kind of goes without saying, you know. Yeah, at the moment I'm at this moon here. What details does the central map have? It's not marked anything. I don't want that. No, I don't want that. Description: no volcanism. Planetary information. Okay. Let's click on another world as a comparison. Oh, I haven't really scanned that one yet. That's on these other places in the inner system. That's relatively strong gravity, for an airless world especially. No volcanism? Okay. Maybe I'll visit one of these. That's quite relatively strong gravity, 1.4 G. Silicate vapor. That sounds a bit more promising. At least potentially, anyway. Yeah, I think the new sort of user interface layout is not actually as intuitive as maybe the designer thought. I mean, I understand though in some ways they were trying to simplify and make it look neater, but it does look slightly neater in some ways, but in terms of actual user friendliness, I'm not sure if it's actually much more user friendly than the previous version. I know you, in anything, you kind of get used to doing things a certain way and having things in a certain position. But yeah, it's not a disaster, but I don't know how much of an improvement it is. To be fair, I do a lot of this particular system view, the change in it, I do sort of view it as almost change for change's sake, which is never really a good idea. I mean, I think as a rule of thumb in games as in life is like, yeah, everything is in motion and like change is natural to the universe, absolutely. But when you're trying to force change for the sake of change, just for its own sake, unless something's actually already wrong or not working, then that can be kind of problematic, you know. Especially if something works already and works well, then there is no real much a need for change. Maybe small tweaks and evolutions, but I think that's often the case. I think small tweaks and like, yeah, incremental evolution is sometimes somewhat underrated. I think always because like complete changes are more dramatic and seem more interesting. But it does make you wonder what the motivation was for changing this, because it seems... And there's lots of other things that they could spend man-hours on actually modifying and improving. This was not one of the things that needed changing or improving, that's the thing. That's what I mean by an unnecessary change. It's like, it's the old British sort of truism, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And then like, well, it wasn't broken, it wasn't problematic at all, it wasn't wrong, so it worked very well. If something is actually working very well, why make wholesale changes to it? I mean, the actual graphics, not as much. There's like subtle changes to those again, with the sort of bluey, sort of greeny atmospheric halos around different bodies. Ones that have atmosphere. I might go to this one over here actually, because that's an atmospheric world. That's landable too. That might be more fun than where I am at present, which doesn't seem to be yielding very much. I'll give it a little bit longer where I am, but then I'll move on to this new place. Yeah, that looks alright. You said that was this the one that I was landing on the other day? This is the only thing sometimes I was forgetting, like what I've actually put on stream and what I haven't put on stream in that case. There's so many worlds in LA and it's very easy to lose track of places. Yeah, this might well be worth a visit. Okay, yeah, that's that might be wise in a little while. Yeah, I'll give it a few minutes here and then yeah, I'll go the other direction from the ship. I don't think there's anything else on the scanner, that's the thing, so I don't know how confident I am at finding anything new. Then again, you never know with these things. I'll give this world a little bit more of a chance for a little while. See how much the new SRV can take of these bouldery sections. It has a bit better sort of grip and agility over difficult terrain. And that's the upshot, I think, from the new SRV model. Some things don't change, like completely stopping all of a sudden like that, due to the fact that you run into something. Just abruptly without warning, but yeah. Some things really never change. I mean, I will give plaudits to Frontier Development definitely for putting this out as a public alpha test, because there have been some previous updates that haven't actually been given public alpha or beta test, which is which has been like a bit of a sort of missed opportunity. I mean, to be fair, I think for most of the big updates that have happened in the game's history, that Frontier have usually put out a public beta of some kind, which has been very good for the feedback that they've received. And also it sort of helps, I think it's very good sort of PR and sort of interaction with the player base. Help people feel sort of involved more and, yeah. And also to sort of see to a degree, like the work in progress, and I think it's a very sort of positive thing, because out of the elite sort of player base, there are quite a few people who work or have worked in the IT industry, so actually do know something about software development. I know it's obviously like they're the professionals on this particular game in the case of Elite, but I mean, I think it's a case of people just wanting to give, you know, constructive criticism. I think is the correct way, and I think that's always the best way to go about things. I mean, just blind criticism for the sake of criticism is never helpful, or it's never constructive, you know. If you think something's amiss, explain why, you know, and how can things ever improve if you never explain why. I know some people get that to the opposite end of the spectrum almost, and like, you know, become almost nothing but trying to tell devs kind of what to do. It's like, well, that's probably a bit sort of amiss as well, you know. It's, oh, I haven't got any materials that I can actually fix the hull. It's very easily damaged, isn't it? Something that never changes with the SRV. It's always very easy to damage it. I have to get back into the ship quicker than I thought, just because of the damaged hull, and I've not got enough mats on me to actually do the synthesis. Maybe I'll have to find some before I do anything else. Yeah, this terrain is becoming more difficult though. So the thing is, I damaged the hull without really doing any kind of really serious maneuvers. It's not, and that happens to the SRV a lot anyway, but the fact I've got nothing to repair it with is a problem. It's going on these very short flights through the air, and that's damaging it more easily than before. I'm not sure the damage model has been changed or not. Other people have reported in the alpha test here that that terrain on average is more difficult going than it was in Horizons. I think broadly speaking that seems to be true. There's going to be a lot more sort of small debris and all like these small to medium sized rocks as well. Like I just ran aground on a rock that I would have thought that I could probably drive over. But yeah, I think in Horizons I probably would have been able to drive over that actually, so that's like a different approach. Yeah. Again, another rock I thought I would be able to... It would like, yeah, push the car to the SRV to one side to an angle, but you'd still be able to ride over it probably. But yeah, it can't actually surmount anything more than a small rock at the moment. Ah, hello Commander. Yeah, Rokangus. Yeah, that's a good question. I haven't managed to get any genetic samples so far. I'm trying to find some life that's appropriate. That as you say, I can find some kind of sample. Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually found the answer to that question so far. I haven't felt the temptation yet to shortcut it and actually go around looking at other people's videos to see the extraction process. I prefer to sort of, discover it on my own. But yeah, I'm trying to sort of discover that at the moment. Of what's the process of finding samples, what kind of life can you find samples from as well. I mean, I'm going to assume that you can probably take samples from most things. But yeah, I'll be flying off to the ice world in this system in a moment, so I hope to discover something there. But yeah, that's the idea, isn't it? I mean, for those of you out there who haven't seen the bump about the alpha test for this, is like the idea with the new Artemis suit is that you can take genetic samples of life that you discover, and when you discover that life, then you can take it back to civilization, and obviously and then you walk into the space station. You can actually then sell it as you sell data, to stellar bodies that you scan. So it's a very similar idea. But has anyone else in the chat, including you, Rakangus, have you actually found any kind of life that you find interesting or just unusual? Because I've seen some very sort of different life forms out there so far. Mostly sort of the kind of tree variety or kind of weird plant looking thing. Yeah, I encountered, definitely sort of this weird two-dimensional looking tree yesterday, and that looked quite interesting, but I didn't have the ability to do the genetic sample yet on that. Okay, I'm going to board the ship. But yeah, it's I'm searching for a good candidate for all of this. And I should find one soon, I would have thought. I've encountered a few different life forms so far. Just hoping on foot that I can find it easier to actually do this in the SRV. The SRV seems to be like very much a paper mache sort of vehicle these days. I'm half joking about that, but yeah, it does seem quite fragile at times. It almost landed on top of me. Oh, it's fun. Yep. Right, I'm looking for new life or new worlds. This is all within the bubble, though. I mean, I could put this under pure exploration, but it kind of technically isn't because it's inside the bubble. But it is exploration in the sense of this is a test, and the rock's actually in the way of me getting under. Huh. That is really quite annoying. Have to come from another angle. That's the thing. The Cobra's not very far off the ground. There's not much clearance to it. I might have to dismiss it and recall it again, which is somewhat irritating. I'll dismiss it and recall it. It's the only way, really, I think, to get on board. Okay, I'll recall it when I get. I wonder why it landed there. 'Cause it's a really flat piece of ground, but it landed on the rocky bit. That's really not good. I'll try and recall it again from here and see what happens. I mean, it's great that it can land on more rocky areas than before, but there is a downside to it. I think with bigger ships it's easier because they've got a lot higher clearance, so the rocks don't tend to interfere as much. But the Cobra is pretty low to the ground, so yeah. I don't know how I'd classify some of the sorts of 2D trees I found recently. But is it a fungus? Is it another form of life? Or is it a kind of plant, you know? Obviously this was found, you know, on a low atmosphere world. Okay, I've recalled the ship again. Hopefully this time it will actually do the right thing. Again, I think that's actually a slight bug in a way. I mean, okay, sometimes even in Horizons that was an issue where you had some terrain where you couldn't quite get under the ship properly. Oh, cool, so you managed to find something. That's awesome. No, thanks. Yeah, definitely. It's that might be a good piece of that might be a good idea actually. Yeah. Just where the ship's landing before I do anything else. Won't hold my breath though, to be honest. Okay, right. Where's it gonna land this time? It's like Russian roulette with the ships. Ah, here we go. Here we go. I like the sparking, I do say. There's little details like that I do like. Okay. Yeah. Come on, come on. Come on. Please don't do this to me. Should be alright. Damn it. Doesn't register as being in the right place. That's not a good thing. This is slightly problematic. Maybe if I come in sideways it might help. Not sideways, but from a slightly different direction. Just drive to this side, maybe. Can't believe this. This is really, really annoying. I go in from the other side. I don't know why this shit lands literally on top of some rocks. I don't know if this is actually a bug or not. I'm beginning to wonder if it is, because it's done it 2 times in a row now. See, look, there's a whole cluster of rocks. It could have landed anywhere. There's a whole flat section around here. I mean, it's great that it can land on rocky sections, but it's not good for an SRV deployment. Because that's one advantage of going on foot. It's probably easier to get in and out of rocky sections. Again, I didn't anticipate this was going to be a problem, getting my SRV in and out. And this is becoming a problem. I'll do it a 3rd time, but I'm beginning to wonder if this is actually a bug now. What I will do, actually, is I will dismiss the ship from where I am, because it won't land on top of me directly. Actually, you'll see what will happen if it does. If I do dismiss it from on top of me. Because it should land somewhere else in that case. Ah dear, somebody being very silly in the chat. Yeah. Spam is not a nice thing, my friend. Not nice at all. Right. Sorry about that. Okay, now I'll try to record the ship again. Yeah, there's slight minor bugs in this, like the recall function is kind of sticky. I had to put in the command several times before it responds. It's not grayed out or anything, so that's not the problem. Okay, that's better. Okay. This is the always sad thing about any sort of alpha or beta test, isn't it? If you find a bug, or a particularly annoying one. Yeah, it's great obviously for the development process. You find a bug and report it, definitely. But not such fun for gameplay. Right, okay. Where will the Cobra park itself this time? So it was quite funny, like the AI is just kind of banned within the Elite universe. But that means the ship's computer are stupid. Okay, well you can't land here because I'm here. Unless it is trying to land on top of me. Oh my. Okay, can try and land somewhere else, then that's not me. Oh, it's left. I hate when this happens. It is some kind of bug, isn't it? Why would it... It could land anywhere around here. It decided to try and land where I am. Literally right on top of me. It's like, that's not the only landing site around here. Okay, I'll try to find a flatter place. This is not such a happy outing as I would have hoped. So there's time to improve there. Okay, I'll go over this dune here. Yeah, the hull's pretty fragile already. I expect it might just die on me in a minute. Okay, I'll try and recall it again. At least for entertainment for other people seeing me sort of get stuck in places. Oh dear. Has anyone else out there actually managed to identify any kind of life so far? or any sort of anything different or unusual, really. Whether if you've got a genetic sample of it, yeah, or if not, either way. Okay. Looks like it's trying to land in the same place again, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it is trying to land in the same place again. The most unimaginative computer in the entire world. Well, this particular world anyway. It's the only computer on this world apart from one in my SRV. And those other settlements. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, the whole integrity's not great. I mean, if it goes boom, it goes boom. There's not much I can do about that, I'm afraid. But that's what tests are for. Yeah, I think the running of the SRV is just not that smooth in comparison. I think compared to Horizons, because the terrain is not the same. It went boom. Yay! It went boom. Well, at least it's not my ship. It's just the SRV, which is nice and easily replaced. Yep. Thank you for that. The SRV has been destroyed. Okay. Incident report? What incident that SRV was destroyed because it was too weak to withstand the pounding of a planet? Cargo losses, incident report, legal status. Now this is interesting. This is definitely a new thing. Huh. Continue. I don't want to exit to main menu. I want to keep going. Yeah, of course I want to redeploy to my Cobra Mark III. Yeah, sure. What financial support is that some kind of loan system? Actually, it's a good question. What is it? Oh, it's maybe selling of stored things and assets. Oh, there's a loan system. Oh, okay, cool. A formal loan system within it. Yeah, that's nice. Sell stored modules, which I'm not going to do, of course, but yeah. I'll be redeploying as normal. So yeah, that menu's new, because I'm pleased with the SRV, if it just was destroyed, you'd just be back in your ship immediately, and that would be the end of it. Try to add some more immersion to it, I suppose. Okay, where am I now? Am I back on the surface? Looks that way, doesn't it? Okay, right, let's leave and fly off somewhere fun. I'm already hovering above the surface, so that's fine, yeah. Yeah, it's all these planets. It doesn't look particularly sort of interesting from above, apart from a couple of gorges, canyons, etc. But yeah, the terrain generation models definitely become somewhat harsher on surface vehicles. Right, time to fly to the atmospheric world. I'm hoping there's going to be a lot more life forms there to be discovered and uncovered. To anyone else who's just joined us, hello, my name is Commander Yannick, and we're looking into the Odyssey Alpha Phase 3, the exploration phases. Here, 3 and 4 the exploration phases, I should say, but it's all good, it's all good. We're looking for life, and wherever we may find it. Hopefully in these light atmospheric worlds within the system. Right, here we are, super cruise to that light atmospheric world. If you like what I do here, please follow me. If you really like what I do, drop me a donation. It's all very gratefully received and helps the channel to grow and prosper. Hopefully the idea is obviously, as the channel grows, to offer you sort of, more sort of detailed, better, intricate sort of content as well. But one stage at a time. I've not actually been streaming for all that long, so yeah, I think I'm doing okay so far. I hope. Yeah, it's obviously out to you guys out there, whatever you may think of this stream, for good or for ill. Yeah, this isn't as big a system as some of the first starter system was in Phase 1, where it's just like an absolutely huge system that took 50 minutes to get from one side of it to the other. I've not actually been in the taxi yet, because by the time that the Phase 2 stuff came around and you could use our ships, and I thought, well, I'm just going to do that then, Phase 1 did not work well for my machine for whatever reason. It's working a lot better now, I think, but yeah, say, yay for optimization. I think also a lot of people I know are looking particularly to the Phase 4 update of this DLC, mainly because in that one you can actually then get your own ships and interact. What's that flashing for? That was weird. It just flashed red there for a second. It was like it was a warning, but the Nintendo klaxon wasn't going off. There was no warning going off, so that was all a bit weird. Anyway. But yeah, to use our own ships would be a wonderful thing. It's kind of different and fun flying the sort of unengineered Cobra again. I haven't actually flown a Cobra 3 for a while. I do own a Cobra 4 out of my core ships, but I'd say that's fairly heavily engineered anyway. Cobra 4 is actually quite an underrated ship, I find. I think because not that many people actually have it. It sort of got quite a bad rep from early on in the game. I think pre-engineering particularly. It's one of those ships that's like unengineered. It's okay, but it's not, fantastic. But especially considering the Cobra Mark III is like one of the classic ships. It kind of, anything else was going to pale slightly, but it's still a very good ship, I think, the Cobra Mark IV. It's one of those ships that definitely benefits a huge amount from engineering. Like disproportionately so. But yeah, I think it's a good ship. It makes a particularly sort of like light fuel rat ship. Or for other sorts of, light transport missions and what have you. Because it's got a higher cargo capacity than the Cobra 3. And it's obviously got a lot of similar characteristics. And yeah, I'm not saying it's like the world's best ship, but it's definitely underrated, I find. I think Sagittarius, I did an article about that. It was about a year ago, I think now. Speaking of the Mark IV and how it was underrated. The thing is, I do think Frontier should probably make it accessible to everyone now. Because for a long time, I think it was actually, if you signed up for Horizon's pre-order, you got it. And I think that's how I got my hands on it to start with. So, but yeah, it's been around as a sort of exclusive for a long time now. So it's probably a good idea, I think, to make it sort of mainstream. Because yeah, why not? Not if it's a high-end ship or anything, it's not like it's a Panther Clipper or something, or a sort of super Corvette or something like that. It was quite sad seeing the sort of users, or most likely a bot actually, that's saying you want to become famous by users. I know obviously it's a pretty dubious thing to do, and obviously Twitch are cracking down on it, rightfully so at the moment. But yeah, it's just irritating when bots start appearing. Because obviously, what use is a bot to me? If I want interactions with people, and interactions with people, I don't want interactions with bots, or they don't tend to interact. That's part of the problem. If they do, it's kind of annoying. And yeah, well, so even if you want to actually grow your channel and become, get a wider audience, it's like, well, trying to rig it artificially by bots is not a good way, because then you've not really got an audience. You've just got some bots, and that's not good for anyone. It's a bit silly to say the least. Still, back to matters of greater fun. Yeah, I do like the. I think it's just. I always say this. Obviously, I think everyone's saying this at the moment, but it's just such a sort of beautiful and refreshing experience to be able to sort of interact with a realistic looking atmosphere, even if it's a very thin atmosphere on these. It's obviously like, I think it was somewhat hopefully foreshadowing more complicated atmospheric worlds later on, like Earth likes, and maybe like Venus as well, ones with thicker atmosphere, because Venus' atmosphere is incredibly thick, very high pressure, very sort of toxic. But obviously, I don't think I don't know if SRV would be okay. A suit definitely by the parameters of Odyssey wouldn't be okay, but the ship would be fine, yeah. And the ship goes dancing through a corona of a star, so it's like, well, of course it's going to be fine, you know. It can survive that. It's going to survive Venus quite easily, isn't it? That would be. I would like that. Obviously, I think everyone would sort of look forward to the sort of next stage of development after this. But I think Odyssey's a good step. Obviously, bringing space legs and light atmospheric worlds at the same time is definitely a very good step. I would say before there's still lots of little sort of small issues and problems to be ironed out. But I'd say it's work in progress. The basic ideas and the sort of new terrain, etc., do seem good. I haven't actually found a proper mountain range yet. Now, I've been asking around with people. Has anyone actually seen a good mountain range? Not one single mountain or a hill, but actual range of mountains all kind of connected together. Because I've not actually seen any world like that under the new terrain generation system. So it would be cool to find some of those. It seems the probability of finding them has actually gone down, because I haven't actually seen one. I've literally seen only one mountain so far. I've seen lots of hills, but only one mountain, and it was by itself. Solitary mountain, looking rather lonely, and yeah, a bit sad really. It was fine though. The actual mountain itself was, yeah, the generation was perfectly good. Because there should be like variation between different worlds, I would think. I mean, so far a lot of the worlds of the new generation type have been fairly similar in terms of different rocky ones I'm talking about. The ice ones, I do like the new modelling for the ice world. There seems to be a bit different than it was before, so yeah, I like that too. But yeah, the rocky worlds particularly, you expect them to be sort of more dramatic, sort of valleys and also mountains than there actually are. I know most of the planet's not going to be like that. I don't expect maybe quite as extreme ones as there had been in Horizons, but so far I'm actually not finding any sorts of really significant like undulations in the terrain. I mean, there's lots of surface rocks, but the actual terrain itself it's not actually like going up and down that much. Like, yeah, the valleys aren't that deep and the mountains aren't that high. You know, well, not mountains, they're really hills. So it's like, yeah, I wonder if this is actually going to be just across the board what this is going to be like, or are they going to tweak it? I hope they are going to tweak it, because at the moment it's surprisingly flat. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but like you've got foothills often before mountains, and then you've got like smaller sort of canyons and things. But there's like no significant canyons I've found so far, or no actual mountain ranges, and that seems improbable. You go into all these worlds and there's not much there. I know on lower G worlds you're more likely to find these things, but I've been going to mostly lower G worlds, so yeah, it should really be there, I would have thought. Okay. Then I get a little bit closer before I do the surface scanner. Ooh. Yeah, that looks like there's something here. Okay, they're human facilities actually. I thought for a second it was some kind of life form that had been detected from a distance. I thought that would have been quite good, but I don't think it is that actually. I think it is just human settlements. Okay, fair dues. Right, time to scan, I think. Okay, 6 probes. No, I haven't scanned this before, otherwise it would have shown up, I think. Cool. Okay. That should do it. Probably used one more than I actually had to, I suppose. It's an art and a science doing all this. Yeah, not got rid of that sort of green scan yet, have they? Which is unfortunate. It looks just a little bit weird. Cool, right. What belongs on this world? Yeah, various bases, settlements, artificial structure. Let's go to that. That sounds interesting. It's not got any kind of warning, so... Active power source. Or is that maybe even better? Yeah, actually, active power source sounds even more interesting, so I'm going to go there instead. Assuming it's on the light side. I don't want to go trip around the dark, so I don't actually have to, so yeah. I think I'll have to, obviously. I think my SRV is destroyed, and I don't have a second one. I'm just so used to having another SRV, but then I realise I don't actually have one, and I'll have to dock to get one. To replenish it. Okay, I have to go on foot for this one, but that's not that big a deal. I do think with the new terrain, the new SRV is also, I mean, it's probably not any weaker than it was. It's just the new terrain model seems to be, damage it more easily, I think. In many ways, it's like smaller rocks seem to damage it when, beforehand you'd have to land on top of said rock or hit it at high speed to do that much damage. But yeah, it does seem more easily damaged now than it was. So that's not really a good thing. I mean, it was already kind of a fairly weak vehicle as it stands. You just have to use a lot more engineering materials, I suppose, for synthesis. But unfortunately, I have no synthesis materials at this being an alpha test. The thing is, automatically, I just assume that I have synthesis materials because I'm used to having it on the normal game. Just collect them wherever I go, so yeah. Because especially the basic material synthesis you tend to just have because they're usually very common. I've not gone any serious materials hunting so far in the alpha. Or even casual one, to be honest. So what are your active power source? It's a nice crater nearby. Try and land as near as I can to this. Gravity of this world is still fairly mild at, is it 0.3? Yeah, that sort of squaring effect, I don't know what you want to call it, because it's technically not pixelation, but it's, it doesn't look good. I mean, I can understand it from a distance and then it resolves, but then it doesn't seem to resolve, which is weird. Get a bit closer before I try and land. It's pretty flat here, so yeah, that's pretty straightforward, I think. Okay, do your thing, landing system. Now, to be fair, this is one thing that makes life a lot easier, rather than having to maneuver around to appease the landing computer to where you can and cannot land. It just decides for itself. Ooh, that's interesting. Graphical breakup. It's like an LSD trip or something. Not that I've ever been on an LSD trip, but one that you hear from other people. Ooh, weird, freaky. Okay. I hope it resolves itself when I get out. Yeah, exactly. I didn't think it'd be replenished automatically, would it? It's like normal. SRVs need to be replenished at a fleet carrier or some kind of station. Some kind of start base, anyway. Okay, freaky world. It's an interesting look. Ah, that's getting a bit better now. Okay, I'm glad it resolved itself. Okay, let's walk over there. I think this icy world seemed to be a bit flatter, at least this area is, than the rocky world I was on previously. I say flatter, I'm talking about like small details of terrain rather than the grand sweeps of it. And this is flatter than that was in terms of like the grand sweeps of terrain, but obviously little like smaller boulders and things still strewn around. Well, not really sort of ice boulders out there. Pick my way through this. Path of least resistance and all that. That's the theory, anyway. Let's see how the reality. There's a skimmer over there. Looks like it's. This is probably where an SRV might have been a good idea, actually, with the skimmer around. I'm unarmed, so not much I can do about that. Actually, I'm going to have to back off. I don't want to die at the hands of the skimmer, so. It's like a guard dog, but, you know, with less brains. He grunts as he jumps as well. It's a he in this case because it's mine, but could be a she or someone who is non-binary potentially. Yeah. Yeah, so these skimmers probably. I don't want to challenge the skimmers at the moment without weaponry particularly. See if there's anything else around here that I can find. Maybe a life form or two. I'll go over here because there seems to be some kind of cloud. Unless it's just the background, which it could well be. Let's go over here for a moment or two. I might have to do some flying reconnaissance, actually. There's nothing in the vicinity that looks like it's worth it. I'm going to have to also replenish my SRV, in all fairness. I wonder if these are star bases that I can actually do that. I think one of them probably is. Beforehand, I did actually encounter some of those sort of two-dimensional trees near a ground base, so I don't know if that's coincidence or not. Actually manage inventory. This is a good question. What inventory do I have? Don't think I've actually used this particular view before. Consumables. Okay, I don't need to have any energy cells just yet, so I will leave that for now. Okay. cool. Right. Clicked on the planetary maps. System map for the planetary map, I mean. One biological location. Okay. Yeah, that usually shows up from orbit, but hadn't done so far. Maybe it will now. But on the world itself. Okay. Is that a mountain range at the top there, or is that just different coloured ice? It's hard to tell from a distance. Right. I'll go there then. Or is it easier, quicker to actually go to that outpost? If it can, if it's got replenishment. Most bases usually do, don't they? So it's not really a problem. Search and rescue. It's interesting to see what its facilities are disabled. I can understand where you've got fleet carriers, that, but actual station, I suppose, is depending on the state of the system, isn't it? Lots depend on system states via BGS. Yeah, that makes more sense that way around. Okay, I will go there and fly back here shortly. It's only 4 light seconds away, so that's good. You know, the Cobra 3 is definitely a good choice as a sort of default ship to be flying through this, as to explore and evaluate the DLC. Yesterday, after I installed this Phase 3, I did actually do some passenger missions just because I haven't tested them alpha before. Pretty standard, really. I haven't got any lip for them so far. I haven't got any sort of, negative talk, that's what I mean, in that regard. I sometimes forget that not everyone in my audience is actually a native English speaker, and sometimes the colloquialisms don't always go over very well, because not everyone can know all of them. Plus, it's different in every country. Like America has different colloquialisms to Britain and vice versa, or Australia, or other sort of native English-speaking countries. I think it's the same with every language, isn't it? There's often like regional and national, international variations on it. So yeah. Yeah, I'll return here shortly. While I'm still in orbit. Yeah, I couldn't find any particular biosignal there. Because usually when you've scanned the world like that, detail scan, the geological, biological sites tend to reveal themselves. But obviously, yeah, the system map says that there's one biosite on the world I've just left, but that's not apparent from the orbital scanner map, or so the orbital navigational map, I should say. It's a good looking planet there. So you wonder when we'll actually be able to land on places like that within Elite Dangerous. So the polar cap is definitely frozen there. It's kind of simple looking place, but obviously it would be much more complex, the reality of it. Now I understand building a whole new generation system for terrain is not the work of a moment, and it's I think it's that team that's led by Dr. Ross, isn't it? I met Dr. Ross a few years ago very briefly at I think it was FX17, the Frontier Development sort of conference that happened. So it seems a very long time ago now, but yeah, Dr. Ross at the time was talking about the whole Galaxy generation, really, and how the system worked and how it sort of procedurally generated these like huge, like swathes of the galaxy, and how individual systems were sort of generated, individual planets were made within Elite, and it's fascinating. It really was. I think that was one of the most popular talks that day. But yeah, that was a very cool day. For those of you who were there, it was remember it as being a very sort of fun time. It's a bit like something like LaveCon, but even on a bigger scale than that. I think I've not actually been to LaveCon, but from what I understand, you know, people have been to both. But yeah, it's a shame that Frontier haven't actually done a similar sort of conference since then, because I think a lot of people at the time had assumed it might become an annual thing, where like Frontier would annually sort of release their new plans for the following year, because it's obviously Elite's their biggest title, but they have other titles as well. And FX17 was used, I think, at the time to release the new Jurassic World game and talk about like Planet Coaster upgrades and the plans for Elite into the future, of course. But yeah, it seemed like a really good idea. Yeah, I think all the top people were there. I think David Braben was. I didn't get to talk to him, but I saw him a few times in various places. I talked to some of the community managers, though. I think most of them have moved on since then, which is a shame, really. But yeah. But that's the thing, hopefully with this pandemic receding into the background, we'll be actually doing and seeing more of those kind of events where we can actually all get to meet up with each other once more and have a good time, really. I think what is interesting is, obviously, I think as the pandemic sort of recedes into the background, there will be like a sudden surge of these things. I mean, there'll be initial caution for a lot of people, and that's understandable. I'm a little bit that way myself, but yeah, surely there will be one point where most people feel quite confident about things again and about sort of meeting up in sort of massive events. And yeah, there'll be no doubt a lot of demand for these events once more. Totally understandable. Yeah, I'm just checking out bits and pieces that I might have looked at before as well with this. Yeah, normally automatically replenishes your SRD anyway, so that should just happen automatically when you redock. Add a station. Don't think I've got any universal color graphics to sell, but just in case, I'll click on it. I think I'm probably not within range of doing that, or outside of the 20-year exclusion for that. I think. Oh, sell page. Nah, it doesn't matter. It's not important. So that would be good. Just curious what missions are available from this place. Obviously, like anyone else, I'm curious to see what the kind of missions are available. Most of these are just the standard sort of Horizons type missions, like variations on the theme, really. Some of them are obvious ones like take down known pirates. Yeah, subtle stuff, subtle indeed. Assassination missions, delivery missions, probably some passenger missions. I've got a couple of passenger cabins on board, so I'm gonna click on to see where they are going. I had to actually do. I accidentally accepted some ones I couldn't do last night because I didn't realise they were outside of the then sort of bubble, or the bubble that we exist in at this point. But the system unfortunately did allow you to get those missions though, even if you couldn't actually complete them, which is somewhat annoying. So I had to actually abort those ones and go for other ones that were within the sort of the micro bubble that we're presently inhabiting. So yeah, this is interesting. Some better paying passenger missions, at least by the standards of the Alpha. I don't mean generally by standards of Horizon. These are pretty poor by Horizon standards, actually. But yeah, you get the general idea. And these are the ones that I can take. The ones in grey, ones that I can't take usually because my ship is too small, or they're out of range, or locked to reputation. Yeah, that's another thing as well. You need reputation with the local faction or factions to do that. Right. Right, done a little layover back to the planet, I think. I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but I think like the actual orbital stations, there's more variation now than there was. It's just like there's just more details or sort of modules that have been added to it. Because there's like a standard sort of station, and then there's sort of variations on the theme. But there seems to be like more variation now than there were. Yeah, it's interesting how the targeting system has changed. I mean, I don't mind that so much. Yeah, I don't think it's. I prefer the original one, but I'm not as annoyed by it as some people have been. It's okay. There are other issues about, obviously, like jumping on fumes and things like that. I've not actually tried that myself in Alpha so far, but yeah, there are issues with complications of the plots and the way that it tends to like plot under the new system. But that's a whole different issue, really, which I won't get into just now. But there's quite a lot about it online still. I think it's one of the issues that have been reported to Frontier, because obviously it does affect explorers. Not most of the time, but under certain circumstances it does. Obviously people want as much freedom of action as they possibly can, and so it's understandable, yeah. How's everyone doing out there? Right, okay. Best not to try and overshoot this time. Gravity braking, how I love thee. Maybe that's too strong a term, but not really a loop of shame, actually. Just a bit of gravity braking. Okay. Now, should we say biological site? Where art thou? So I've been looking in the wrong places. Let's go to the system map and then the planetary map. I want the right side of the night-day terminator line, so I'm going to go to Clink Relay. Or at least nearby. Wouldn't be as much fun if I just went into darkness and showed it all there. I suppose I could do that still, but you can't see as much and it doesn't look so good on the stream. Obviously, it's a test as good as any other as far as development is concerned. You do want to test out how things interact in night vision particularly. So I look over, see the little thin haze of the atmosphere across the horizon of the world. You see that when you look at these a lot of orbital pictures from the ISS or Soyuz or other sort of spacecraft, and you see that tiny little haze above the Earth. That is the atmosphere. All that stands between us and the void, and the vacuum of space. In the grand scheme of things, it's incredibly thin. But it's enough to obviously keep us all alive and keep the ecosystem working. It's just a marvel, really, how the Earth works and has kept working as this sort of giant ecology. It just keeps on changing and evolving and adapting. Because obviously the surface of the Earth itself is changing, evolving, because of tectonics, and over time it shifts, of course. Come on, glide. Here we go. Right, now, I'm not really looking for the settlement itself, I'm looking for life forms I can identify nearby. I have to get a little bit lower to the ground before I can do that. Still some 3 kilometers up. Yes, indeed, controller, but, you know, to be fair, I'm not really interested in your facility at the moment. Maybe I will be in a few minutes, but at the moment, seeing if I identify anything from the air. I'm beginning to wonder if I actually can identify things like that from the air. I think you probably can, but I've not. The thing I've seen so far has always been on foot, or in the SRV. Yeah, I'll try and plunk myself down here, somewhere nearby. Maybe I shouldn't do it quite so close to the base. I'll give it a little bit of a wide berth, actually. As in, like, maybe I'll increase to about 5 kilometers or so. And then deploy the SRV. 5 kilometers seems like a reasonable distance, I think. Okay. Let's get slightly over 5 and then I'll set down. Okay. I see the floating rocks still a thing, like in Horizons. Look out to the left particularly. The rocks float in midair. It didn't resupply. That is surprising. Maybe I didn't do something right in the rebuy price. Maybe I made a mistake there. Oh well. I'll do it on foot. To see what I can find. Especially you hear what sounds like the footsteps down from the spacecraft to the surface, but you just appear on the surface. Ah, floating rocks. It's like a Dagobah again, isn't it? Yes, but I see no Yoda. I see no Jedi. I just see floating rocks. That seems a bit more realistic now. The dirty looking ice of this world. Yeah. Slightly disappointing it didn't resolve first time, but as I say, it's more easy to forgive an alpha test than a full release game that's like this. Right, the new sensor there, well, the on-foot sensor is obviously a little bit different. I'm still not detecting anything. At least as far as I can tell, anyway. This looks like flatter ground ahead, possibly. It's all relative, though, isn't it? Flatter is a relative term here. Yeah, the scan doesn't actually show very much. I wonder how long it would take me to walk the distance between here and the settlement. Was it wise to park this far away? I don't know. Disappointed I couldn't find the biological signal for Morbid, though. I can scan the place already. Okay. I don't remember which control is which for this because they say I've not spent a huge amount of time out on foot. Just a sort of basic walking, jumping. Progress is pretty slow, isn't it? I mean, okay, this is not slow, but it's yeah, it's not supposed to be rapid, is it? This looking more like a rocky ice world rather than just a pure ice world, though, isn't it? Okay. Yeah. The terrain is the actual level of detail is pretty good. I do like that. That has definitely improved. Yeah, the colouring particularly looks like it's got like different sort of mineral deposits and yeah, a more maybe sort of realistic look to it. How far away am I from the ship? I'm out of sight of the ship now anyway. I think it might have actually taken off. See the spacecraft take off in the distance from the starport. Yeah, maybe I did make a mistake actually, not parking it closer to the station. Maybe I do need to recall the ship. That'd be wise, actually. Pretty good time to take a break, actually, at the moment. I will be back momentarily. Hello everyone and welcome back. Sorry about that delay. I was literally walking across the surface of the world and I could still move around the panning some degree, but I couldn't actually do anything else. It just got stuck. I literally couldn't open any other modes or like interact with anything or just move from the spot, and so I had to just shut the game down and sort of restart it. So here I am. But apologies for the delay. Back in the ship, and I think I'll get a little bit closer to the station actually, or actually I'm gonna go back into orbit to see if there's anything else I can sort of retrieve from the various systems. This may not be the best place to be looking for life. Cool. Now, I was just thinking what I've been doing recently, trying to see what I did and did not do when I found life the other day. I think I have a fairly shrewd idea of what I'm doing now, but I hope. As I say, this is a new system and what have you, so I shouldn't be so surprised. So you look at the atmosphere, there's a little sort of very purple level very near the surface, and it sort of fades away into the black, but I suppose that's very realistic. That's kind of how it should be. Okay. Actually, I'm going to come out of Super Cruise for a second, because until I... Actually, that's not a great idea. Let's go back to the system. Now, okay, there's 6 probes. There's 1 biological, 8 human from the DSS mode. Okay, fair enough. Looks slightly further away from the world, so I can get a better view of it on the DSS scanner. Okay, I'll try again. I don't like the green. It looks like a big ball of snot, and that's not a good thing. Unless you like snot. But yeah, I think a lot of people have complained about this. It's just like, you know, really? This is a scanner mode, is it? It looks very cheap, I'm afraid to say. But then again, I don't know. I don't really know anyone who actually likes this look. I assumed it was a massive bug, but allegedly it's not supposed to be. I don't get it. I really don't. Still, let's try the other side of the world and see what gives. Or does not give, is the case. Maybe. The further you are away from the surface of the planet, the quicker you can orbit in this. As real orbital mechanics tend to work, obviously sub-light velocity in real life, you could be orbiting at actually a higher speed and a higher physical orbit, but actually be moving relatively slower to the ground than you were at a closer and lower speed. That's orbital mechanics for you. Like if you are at a low Earth orbit and you increase your speed, you start just moving further away from the body. Like if you want to catch up with something in front of you, let's say you're in an orbit and you see something in a similar orbit and it's just ahead of you, and you want to catch up with it, or in the same orbit basically, but ahead, you actually have to drop down to a lower orbit by slowing up, and that will actually make you move relative to that body quicker, so relative to the target quicker. and then you catch up with it, and then you speed up to actually then regain to your previous orbital line. Sounds a bit counterintuitive, but that's the way it works. Okay, let's try again. So yeah, I think this mode is supposed to give away some kind of indications. It just doesn't seem to be very transparent at doing so. It just looks like just all green and snotty, you know. I accidentally left a probe there, didn't intend to do that. Yeah. Oh, it looks nice though. It's always pleasant. How strange. Let's switch back again. But yeah, this whole mechanics thing, orbital mechanics, was actually worked out fairly early in the space race. It's not easy though. I say a lot of it is very counterintuitive. I think it's one of the reasons that Buzz Aldrin was more useful to program as a guy who knew orbital mechanics, because that was his PhD, than he actually was an astronaut. He was a pretty good astronaut. I mean, he wouldn't have been in the Apollo program if he wasn't, especially not on Apollo 11. But ultimately, yeah, his value as a physicist for orbital mechanics was actually a much more, because he had a better understanding of it in sort of detail than a lot of people. I mean, I think in Gemini 12 he managed to manually calculate all these sorts of complex orbital calculations for a rendezvous without using a computer, literally by just using, I think, a slide rule and a sextant and a stopwatch as well. Marvel of a man, highly intelligent, rather eccentric, but very respectable. Very respectable man indeed. See, I think this mode is supposed to reveal things, but it's not really revealing anything to me. I can't really see any sort of details on it. See, there are subtle differences in the green, but I can't see anything that's actually showing up. So I'm looking at the wrong mode of it or something. Let's go to the system map and look through that again. Maybe I'm doing this all wrong. So this is the only thing, obviously, with a new system. You have to get used to the way it is. Why is it not responding to me? Intriguing, but not in a good way necessarily. Okay. I suppose this view is going to yield anything extra to me. It's already a map view, so. Yeah, I don't think this particular view will gain anything extra other than like a basic overview of the world. Thank you for the follow, Commander. Much appreciated. It's Commander Jazzmaz 1969. That little Yoshi dance there, that's pretty cool. But yeah, thank you to everyone else who's also followed the channel. It all helps. Yeah, it's the I think this is supposed to have, in theory, this view is supposed to have indications on it in different colours of different zones that such life can be found within. But I think depending on your graphics card, See, this is all the theory. I don't know, this is not coming from Frontier or anything, but this is just the theory. That you can find in this view the different forms of life, but I cannot see any significant differences. Yeah, I'm not colorblind or anything, this is the thing. This is literally probably just a graphics card thing related. I don't have a problem finding color differences. And there are tiny, tiny color variations, but they're not enough for me. They're so frequent, they're not enough to say that this must be a zone that would be yielding to life. So yeah, maybe we could use the mind of Buzz Aldrin to help solve the mystery. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter as well. He's got always interesting things to say. I mean, as one of these guys, no matter whether you agree with any one statement he makes or not, he's always interesting. But that's it. I can always respect people's opinions of mine who are different about anything if they sort of explain to me why they think something. Even if I don't agree with them, I think, okay, at least you try to think it through, you know. That's your view. But yeah, this is odd. I'll try and fly to the other side again, see if it sort of changes at all. But yeah, it is a bit weird. You're saying this is part of the issue with this mode, though. It's not very apparent, really. See, toggling from either side, one side to the other, doesn't seem to be any different. See, look, front side, back side, back view, back side. Yeah, it doesn't really change at all. It's unfortunate, really. Otherwise, it's just a bit of a guessing game. I can't. Yeah, I don't think the graphical settings that might be able to actually make it better. I mean, I don't think changing gamma would really make much of a difference. Oh, hey Andy. Yeah, that's cool. You can lurk as much as you like. Thanks for tuning in. Jazz has. Yeah, it's it would be funny if the entire planet was alive. That would be hilarious, actually. I'm sure there's more than one sci-fi that basically the planet is alive, and there's always the Gaia hypothesis as well, isn't there? But it would be like so funny, like the whole thing is like, no, the entire planet was alive all along. That's why we could not find any answers, and that's why nothing made sense, because it was all that way. Yeah. And if anyone does have any suggestions or any knowledge about how to solve this particular problem, I'll be more than aware. Maybe it's just an accident that I happened onto life the other day when I was on the surface. It probably was, by the sounds of it. I thought it was just maybe more common than it actually was. And I just was lucky to be in the right place at the right time. It's all good, though. It's all good. I look like I'm drifting away from the world a bit, so I'm going to turn around and fly back to it. But yeah, it would be easier if it was all just on the scanner. I mean, it's like on Horizons, you just look to this and you find the biological signal. See, the only things that aren't human settlements there are the artificial structure, which is a POI, in-game POI that is, and active power source, which I would just been to anyway. So yeah. But yeah, there's nothing that shows up anything else. Just the usual sort of ships nearby as well. Yeah, it's one of those sort of situations, especially in Alpha sometimes, you have this sort of sneaking feeling, is there something that I'm missing? But I don't think I am, this is the thing. I have heard other people speak of a of a similar thing about this sort of weird green mode. It's like a green screen that's gone wrong almost. It's not just some snot, but like a green screen, but without anything on the green screen. It's like you're missing something. There should be something, you know, there. Yeah, I think it is actually one of the levels of the DSS. Yeah, Andy. I'm gonna go back in DSS mode to see if I can find anything else of interest. Hey Emil, how's it going? The chat's a bit more active now than it's been for a while, but welcome all. Okay. I'm just looking elsewhere to see if there's any obvious things that are missing. See, toggle planet side, exit view, and launch probe. Those are the only controls for this mode in DSS, so there's not any extra like levels added to the DSS. So you look at the bottom of the screen, there's only the 3 controls that have always been there in Horizons as well. So I can only launch probe, I can only toggle, and I can only exit, so yeah. There's extra controls. Why isn't it actually showing up anywhere here, you know? Because you would think it would actually like show up on the screen as a control. Oh, good luck with your math test there, Emil. Yeah, it is at least the weekend. Yeah, it's I'm doing okay. I'm slightly surprised by the situation I'm in game at the moment, but I'm not doing badly. I think I'm actually drifting towards the planet. I'm going to have to change my course actually a little bit to make sure I don't crash into it. Keep myself at a consistent distance away from the surface. Okay, so Andy says there are 2 extra different filters for this. Okay, I will check those. But yeah, because usually you would find what the default ones would be in that window. Because it always defaults to something, doesn't it? But anyway. This is all the fun of the alpha test. Because also what I don't quite get is that in that window it doesn't actually... If a control was blank, it would just have nothing next to it, or 2 little dots or 3 dots to say that the control was blank. But that isn't there either, so, you know. Right. Miscellaneous. Galaxy map interface mode. Ah, DSS mode, yeah, cool. See, I already do have this, but it's weird that it's not actually on the screen. But delete is actually already another control, which is weird itself. But in the DSS mode, I don't think that matters. So delete and end. Okay. Not the most obvious control. I'll change those actually. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Andy, isn't it? It looks like it is an oversight. Cause I think that's what threw me. I was thinking, if there's a control there, why isn't it on the screen? So I was thinking to myself, like, is there literally something I'm missing here? There's a piece of the puzzle that I'm not aware of. Because, as you say, if there's not control that's, that isn't, it's supposed to be there. It's usually labelled in some way. I'll go back to DSS mode now. But yeah. Because now, even on the screen, you look at it. There is actually no label for those controls about the filters. So yeah, it definitely is an oversight. They're still just the same Horizons type controls. So yeah, you're right. That's probably something that's worth noting as well. That it is an oversight. Okay. Right, play with the filters and see what happens. I'm still fiddling around with it to see if anything happens. Okay, I'll change to the back view of the planet. There's nothing really apparently different. Still pressing the buttons for filter changes to see what happens kind of randomly. It's always interesting when this happens though in a test, isn't it? Particularly that there's some function that you find either by accident or things. I didn't expect to find a new DSS control. You see, I was just focused on the other new ones. Okay, maybe the filters won't work in this mode. I'll try regular one. I think it'll only work in DSS mode, won't it? I think. Let's fly around a bit and see what it does, if anything. Don't know if there's any real difference now. So this planet has at least one biological signal, but it's not revealing itself. Oh, what was that? Oh no, that's one of the human sites already that we know of. Okay, let's go back to thing. Yeah, I'm in analysis mode. It's not going to be in combat mode, is it? I don't think. I'll cycle through it, but yeah. Yeah, I'm back in analysis mode again. I'll go back into DSS mode again just in case there's something I'm missing here, but I'll press the buttons again to do that. Yeah, I'm pressing the filter buttons now and it doesn't seem to make any difference. I mean, there's small differences in the green, but they're so common it just looks like a mottling of the surface, like a standard part of the surface. There should be like a substantial difference, I would have thought, to see it. Yeah, I mean, you've got to be in analysis mode anyway to be in DSSS. If I, for example, I press the button here to go to combat mode, it takes me out immediately, like that. So you've got to be in analysis mode to be in DSSS at all. So yeah, I'll try reprobing it in case that makes any difference. I don't think it will, but you know. No, I didn't think it would. I'll try another one just in case. Actually, it changed the shade of green very slightly. That was interesting. Put another probe out to see what if it makes a difference again. No, I don't think it does. Yeah, just click the buttons again to change the filters and doesn't seem to make any difference. And nothing showing up on the targets either. What I will do is I'm going to log in and out of this. See if it makes any difference. You never know. That does sometimes make a difference. But yeah. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of those sorts of weird mysteries of of these things. Having said that, I'd rather happen in a test than in the game proper. You know, at least it adds a bit of intrigue and mystery to doing it in the middle of an alpha or beta test. But yeah, it would just be aggravating if it was actually happening in the main game. I don't think the difference there, Jazz, should be much of a difference to what distance I am from the planet. I went further away just a moment ago, and I don't think it made any difference then. Get into Super Cruise, and then I'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, I'll try vary the distance again, but I don't think it made much of a difference before. I'll start the process from scratch and see what happens. Aha, right, we've gone back into DSS, sorry, gone into analysis mode away from the planet. Okay, I'll get a certain amount of distance and then I'll slow down again. I'll try, yeah. Try going back in. Now, I'll try the filters again. Doesn't make any difference. I will try the probes again. Just randomly firing off the probes, to be honest. I don't expect it'll make a difference, but you never know. I'll try the filters once more. No apparent difference again. I'll try the backside view. Change the filters once more. No apparent difference again. It's all rather odd. Front side view again. I will exit this screen and check the nav panel just in case anything has revealed itself to me. Yeah, it's an artificial structure. That's a POI. That's not what we're looking for. What I would do is I will shift back into combat mode for a second. And then back into analysis mode. I'm looking for, again, for details on the surface. It would indicate anything new or unusual. Yeah, I can just see the human settlements. I'll try and orbit it for a little bit further. Out a little bit further, I should say. Thanks, Andy. Ah, it's a bug. Ha! It's all a bug. Oh, how sad. How sad. So basically I've been mucking around for nothing. Yeah, it's a shame that it doesn't actually happen in the nav panel because, I mean, it would be nice to see some kind of graphical representation of it, but then also have a backup in the nav panel so you could actually see that. Because it's just so much easier to find these things, you know. Yeah. No, absolutely, Andy. Yeah, I think inevitably there will be fixes in the near future. They'll have to be, won't they? You know, they can't release it like this. You've got to laugh, really. Okay, right. Considering this is the green bogey mode, whatever you want to call it, I will go on to further aspects of the test instead. But yeah, it is a little bit irritating, but I think, yeah, I'd heard previously of this being frustrating. I kind of hoped and maybe even assumed that they might have fixed it with the Phase 3 release, but we've at least got more to play with now. Okay, I might go to another star system actually and start afresh there. But yeah, it's a nice little world, that one. It's a shame we couldn't find what we wanted on it. Jump to a new star system and yeah, start afresh, definitely. Entering lurk mode. For some reason when you say that, I'm almost like imagining Crichton from Red Dwarf. Lurk mode engaged. Okay, now which wonderful place shall we travel to? I don't particularly know most of these worlds all that well, so guess it's as good as mine which one would be interesting to travel to. Feudal, haha. One of the wolf systems. Yeah, this particular part of the bubble is quite nondescript, really. I mean, I don't remember. One of those sort of areas that you don't tend to think about too much. Because relatively speaking, like if you go out slightly, we're not that far away from sort of Sol, etc., Vega, Altair kind of part, but yeah, we're not really like near the sort of very center of the action, as it were. So yeah, Darkhan. What's over there? Where would it start to come up all of a sudden? Can we visit there? Let's just go there to see what the hell is over in that system. Now I've got a bit more distance to play with. Yeah. Who knows what we'll discover there, but it's always worth a look. I'm going to have to place my SRV as well, aren't I? I should really have done that before leaving the system, but I'll do that when I arrive. Bound to be a station there somewhere that I can replenish it. What's interesting is that it didn't get automatically get replenished. Yeah, another obviously feature of this is like when you go into space, it's darker. Literally, it is actually pitch black. It's not like it isn't. It's like a bluish tint. It's just complete blackness, which is kind of a little bit more realistic. Slightly more ominous at the same time, though. I do like it. They say it's the subtle changes that make a lot of difference. Okay, some interesting discoveries being made by the automatic sensors. Okay, most of these sort of codex updates are relevant anyway because it's obviously only an alpha test. So that's a question someone was mentioning recently on another stream I was watching about the codex, and they were sort of frustrated that the codex in Horizons hasn't worked properly for quite a long time, or at least not as advertised. You know, that it's sort of unreliable and you know, the entries are often sort of incomplete or kind of inaccurate, really, on occasion. But yeah, it's just like, well, if you got the codex, you know, you might as well. It should really work properly, you know. But yeah, there's a long laundry list of various sort of bugs and issues to be fixed that Horizons has left, and it's because there's, by the sounds, a large sort of code refresh going on for Odyssey. I'm hoping a lot of these problems will be fixed. I mean, me personally, the codex was never that much of a big deal. I never really used it that much. Just a couple of times out of curiosity, really. But overall, yeah, I mean, the different people obviously like different things, and it's good to have as many of them working as possible. Right, okay, new system, new times. It's a pretty standard system. Gas giants, a few landable worlds, another atmospheric one. Landable here. I'm gonna dock first with one of these platforms and just checking out what it has to offer. All the usual good stuff. Yeah, that one over there, the little world with the landable one with the atmosphere, I will try and use that as a place to test out a lot of this as well. I say if the scanner isn't working properly with the sort of green bogey mode, or whatever you want to call it, I still might have a go at trying to randomly find life. I don't know if it's even possible to do that, but I said maybe I just got lucky before that was it. But still, it's I think a lot of explorers obviously are interested in not just the sort of genetics and sort of life form scan, but also, I mean, is the possibility of like more in-depth sort of science analysis, like more in-depth, you know, geological analysis. I think it might have been you, Andy, who pointed out recently that some of the data on the system map isn't actually as detailed as it used to be regarding, you know, the characteristics of the bodies of the planets, particularly. Like some of the geological information isn't as you know, and astronomical information isn't as detailed as it used to be. I think you might have a point there, actually. Yeah, there just isn't as much data. Obviously, it's still there, you know, in the game itself, but for some reason it's not being displayed, unless there's actually like a mode that they've failed to engage or something, like the scanner we were just talking about. Yeah. I mean, this is the reason that I'm beginning to wonder, as like a lot of people have, whether actually Odyssey will release on time or not, because there's so many issues. It's like, at this rate, unless they get like miraculously almost all of them fixed before launch, there's not going to be enough time to fix all these things. So are they going to, realistically, are they really going to launch it with all sorts of bugs in it? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, I suppose, but even by like Frontier standards, historically that would be like way more than they've ever done before. I mean, it's not like intrinsically buggy, I don't think, Odyssey, but it's got still lots of, so we say, I kind of would describe as like peripheral bugs. Okay, to an explorer, the scanner being DSS scanner having a problem is not peripheral, but as far as the game as a whole is concerned, yeah, it probably is considered to be a sort of peripheral issue. But like the core mechanics seem to work okay. And everything else beyond that, it's just a case of make it work reliably, I suppose. I mean, I don't mind different sort of modes of, you know, scanning rather than everything being through the nav panel and finding life that way. But I say it's got to work. That's the key part. Is it has to be there. It does have to function and do what it as advertised, as they say, do what it says on the tin. It can't do that. It's got a problem. Still, as you say, we've got a way to go with this one. I mean, it's theoretically, what, a 6-week period for the alpha test? This is week 3, I think? I'm beginning to lose track of it already. It's like, I think we're in week 3, aren't we? Yeah. Ah, well. Alright. I think the refresh and update of the game is extensive enough, is that you can't take everything for granted that you used to be able to. You've got to do a lot more checking to make sure everything is there. I hope that changes, and yeah, I don't have to go around checking everything, but actually I don't really want the commodities market, do I? It's curiosity, but you know, I don't really need that. Okay. The obligatory paintwork job, external repairs. Yeah. Refuel. Okay. Restock fighters. Facility not installed. Now that's interesting because it is installed. I do have an SRV hangar. Oh, it's not even installed in the station. No, that's a good point actually. I'm forgetting not everywhere has absolutely everything. I think it's like, wait a minute, I do have an SRV, but yeah, but it means it doesn't have the facilities to help me in that regard. Okay. Fair enough. I'll find a place that does, because I need to get a new SRV quite soon. Maybe the other station will be able to help me. Okay, what about this other one here? Does that have what I need? About the bases over here on these different worlds. Military outpost. Physics say. Okay, it's got facilities that exist in these places. I might click on the Aura review actually to see what's going on with oh, it's an Anarchy sister. Okay. Oh, I see. The points of interest you can click on the map. Interesting. Different Odyssey settlements. Okay. There's a different settlements, different kind of landfall planets. So they're in the same system. Okay. Oh, this is all within the same system. Oh, it has an atmosphere, I think, possibly. A sort of different colour indicates maybe, yeah, a world with an atmosphere. Like this one here. What does that indicate? That's a good question. Maybe a zoom will reveal this. I don't know what that actually means. Maybe flying there will reveal more. Yeah, so it's quite far out, that one. 2% neon. Neon as atmospheric gas being that high percentage is quite interesting. 2 Earth masses. It's probably got quite a high gravity, I'd have thought. Yeah, maybe I'll go there. It's not landable. Is there any reason not to go there? Let's see what the atmospheric pressure is. I suppose I have to scan that to find out. Okay, I'm too intrigued not to go. Let's do that. I haven't got my SRV replenishment yet, but I'll leave that to the future. I must admit, I do probably slightly overuse the word intrigue or intriguing in my streams. But yeah, it's in this case, I genuinely am intrigued. That planet does look interesting. I don't know if this is a new way of finding out mystery items, obviously points of interest. Within, I've got to go around the other side of the world in that case. But yeah, it's a new way of doing it. Maybe going via the map rather than just going out there and scanning something. Different way of doing it. I don't know what that means though. They look like sort of gold bars stacked upon each other. Maybe it indicates a mining potential of some kind. Maybe that's what it means. It would make sense if it did. Like you can mine this this particular planet, or it is a mining settlement. Well, that's why I'm going there now, just to see what the hell's going on. Okay. You probably notice, as a matter of habit, I often rotate the ship to the plane of the system itself, or the orbit, usually orbital plane of the body I'm heading to. It kind of makes sense in terms of orientation for that. I don't have to do that. It just sort of, I suppose, the human mind, because we could have evolved and grow up on these, on a world. You know, obviously it's spherical. It sort of, to the naked eye, it looks flat. And obviously we have up and down, and that's all relative to up and down to the surface of the planet. In space, there is an up and down, but it's only relative to what you are at that point, or relative to what you're looking at, whether that be a planet or the orbital plane of a planet. That's the thing about space; it's all relative. But hence, that's why I tend to use these sort of orbital lines as sort of relative markers. Also allows me to fly quite precisely. Some people really hate the orbital lines. I mean, yeah, you should really switch them off if you're going to take pictures, and sometimes even the best of us forget to do that. See, these other orbital lines here are quite interesting on the right-hand side, because they're a completely different angle to the world we're going to. But you do find that in star systems. I mean, even in our solar system, Pluto is at the weirdly inclined kind of orbit compared to most of the other planets, which are on the same plane approximately. Okay, Pluto's technically been relegated to a dwarf planet, but you know what I mean, it's still a body of significance, but it has a slightly odd orbit. It's more elliptical than normal. Because even though we think about most big planets have very circular orbits, they're not. They are actually elliptical, but just they're more circular than Pluto. Pluto's is very elliptical. Because sometimes it's outside the orbit of Neptune, sometimes it's within the orbit of Neptune, so it does change a lot. So there's bound to be a variety of various exoplanets, and the different angles that they're at relative to the sort of plane, because there's going to be like an approximate plane where most bodies in a system reside within that plane, and then there'll be ones that are at weird angles for whatever reason. Basically, well, those ones to the right almost like 90 degrees practically to everything else. Ah dear. Yeah, it's always when they sort of every time there's sort of a DLC update, it's always one of those things about having to sort of work your way around through the new systems and find bindings that are good for your system and your controllers, and just getting used to them really. Just like now discovering there are extra like DSS scanner systems I didn't even know existed, because I didn't realise that we were actually changing the way the DSS scanner was working. But yeah, you discover new things all the time. Obviously, when there's an update or an alpha or beta test, you're bound to discover even more than you normally do. But even in Horizons, there's still new things that are sort of discovery. Not usually big things, it's usually small things. But, it's one of those things. Elite is such a vast game, you can never know it all. And people are often like specialists in one particular area. And that's their sort of, obviously, general area of expertise: combat, exploration, races, etc., trading, so on and so forth. That weird flashing again. Don't know what that is. There's some kind of graphical side effect or something. But yeah, I thought that was strange. But anyway, yeah, it is too big really to be pretty much. I mean, you'd have to spend an insane amount of time if you want to be like, say, a PvP specialist and an exploration specialist at the same time. You could do it, but you'd have to probably either like spend most of your time doing one, then most of your time doing the other. It would take a huge amount of time to be able to do both effectively. Majority of players just don't have that much time. Right, we're getting close to this other body. It's very dark. Having said that, it's quite far out, isn't it? So again, the lighting system update makes sense in that way. Dark at 9, okay. Dark by name, dark by nature. Yeah, it is very black, isn't it? Well, almost black. Sort of dark purple almost. Don't know what you'd even describe that shade, to be honest. It was bordering on grey, but yeah, better scan the place. Yeah, I'm just looking at the DSS scanner again to see if it updated, but it hasn't. Okay, fine, no worries. This should do the trick. Strange, it's not complete. Ah, shame. Does happen sometimes, though. And it's into green mode again. Haha. Right. So yeah, go through all lave sprouts, whatever they are. So funny, Thermals, we're all aware of volcanic vents, further vents. So there's... What is a lave sprout? Seriously, I've never even heard of that before. Nothing to do with lave radio, is it? I mock. I like lave radio. They're a good bunch of people. Obviously the lave system, isn't it? But I don't know what a lave sprout actually is. One of those things I've probably seen them, but I just don't recognise the name. Okay, back to the serious matter of scanning this place. Going through all those filters again. It's all, nothing, individual modes again, nothing. So going to the back view. I filter through all the modes. Again, nothing. So yeah, it just must be a bug. I can't think of anything else would be. But at least the mode is accessible to me now. Or the filter, I should say, rather than the mode. I'm in the correct mode. But yeah, another snotty planet. The universe is filling up with snot. Ah dear. Anyway, back to real space. Irregular markers. That sounds interesting. What could that be? I'm going to look what the irregular markers are because I don't know what that is. The others seem fairly understandable. Impact sites, artificial structure, etc. What does it say? Point of interest. Okay, well, whatever it is, I'll have a look. I'm going to engage combat mode now only because I can't really see properly. It'll just be like a green ball of snot otherwise. These other things here. Oh yeah, the impact sites, of course. It makes sense that the sunlight would fall very dimly upon this world, being distant from the main star, and only one star in the system as well. I think the gravity is somewhat higher here than it was elsewhere. Yeah, probably going to be about 1G by the time I descend to the surface. I used to be part of the CCN faction in Colonia, and the sort of faction homeworld there was a 1G world. And you had to be a bit more careful than most places when you entered, because our main base was on the surface. I mean, starport was on the surface, so you always had to take slightly more care than you would otherwise. Not like radically so, but I think some people came a cropper and crashed on a few occasions on approach to our base because they had underestimated the gravity. I mean, 1G is not high by elite standards. A half competent pilot should be able to handle it no problem, but a lot of people were competent pilots. They just didn't take it into account, they didn't know that it was 1G, but the fact that it says so on the HUD, head-up display. Was that little indicator on the bottom right of the head-up display? That tells you what the gravity is. See, I'm not even touched down yet, and it's already exceeded 1.4, so it'll probably be about, 1.7, maybe 2 by the time I'm landed. So it's like, the gravity isn't low by this stage. So, yeah, 1 I would consider that to be maybe not high, but medium gravity. But it's still easy to underestimate it if you're not used to it. But by that, if you're on a medium to high G world that you land on regular, you kind of get used to that kind of flying. Obviously, the thing is, the higher the G, the less time and less margin for error that you have, less time you have to actually react to things if they go wrong, and you've got to be very careful. Whatever you do, turn the ship on its side, because the thrusters are not strong and you will drop like a stone on a high G world. Very easily done. That's why people tend to keep the ship flat with the bottom thrusters pointing downwards, and then just using the yaw to move across if you want to change direction. I think the medium G world that you can probably get away with a little bit more latitude than that. But on high G ones, yeah, you definitely can't get away with anything else. It's just not possible. Unless you want to crash, that is. Here we go. Turn on some night vision to see what's what. Sort of ghostly quality to this. I will approach more cautiously, being 1.59G, I think, yeah. I probably won't engage boost actually, just to be on the cautious side. I will land very, very close to this on purpose. It's always best also on approach, I think, to aim your sort of ship to a slightly higher point than the target you've got, so you've always got that margin to play with, no matter what the G of the world is. Whether about the gravity being high or low or whatever, it's always good to have margin of error. If you factor that in, then you're unlikely to come a cropper and have a problem. Deploy the landing gear. Yes, yeah, I'm still aiming slightly above the target area. So if I arrive above the target, I've still got some of altitude to play with. You never want to be running out of altitude and power or speed, especially in an atmosphere, but obviously this is a spacecraft, so it acts slightly differently to an aircraft. But okay, I'm going to get as close as I dare. Actually, I'm going to switch the lights on as well. New experience for me as well, because I don't know what the hell a regular marker actually is, but and the in-game description doesn't really give any details. Yeah, there's no SRV available. That's fair enough. Okay, onward. I've not actually been out in the spacesuit on a above 1G world yet, so this is going to be interesting. Come on, load up, please. Oh, this is taking a while. Yeah, the frame rate's not as high as I'd like it to be. I can see on the stream it's going at about 10 frames per second, 10 to 14. Unsafe. Interesting. Well, we'll soon find out, won't we? Switch my own light on. It's like a cloud ahead. Is that it over there? I hope so. Why is it restricted? Oh, there's a damn scavengers. Well, not scavengers, aren't they? They're actually idiot drones. Skimmers rather than scavengers, but yeah. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. See, I'm presently unarmed anyway, so... Yeah. Well, they can go do one, to be honest. Never turn your back on an enemy like that. Okay, they've not shot at me yet, but... probably a matter of time. Yeah, they're not. They haven't arrived back yet. They're not going to follow me, I don't think. I don't know that for a fact, though. I think, yeah, the navigation across terrain makes some amount of sense. Actually, in some ways, under the present model, the space legs part of it, this walking across terrain, actually makes more sense than the SRV does. The SRV is so easily damaged by small or medium rocks now, especially medium rocks. It's just like, I know it was always a bit fragile, but it's ridiculously fragile now. I mean, a person in this space has got to be more vulnerable than an SRV, for crying out loud, you know. But for some reason, the SRV is like seemingly more easily damaged than the person is. Now I understand there's going to be some probably quite steep terrain that, you know, the SRV has an advantage over a person, but even so, you know. It seems absurd. It seems like the balance is off. Like, the suit makes sense. Like, the mechanics of a person make sense going over terrain. The SRV, though, it seems like its grip is good, but it's so easily damaged. It's like driving, like if in real life you were driving like a papier-mâché sort of four-wheel drive. As in, like, yeah, it can probably go over terrain, but if it hits anything at all, it's just going to fall to pieces. It's like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you build such a vehicle, you know? They've got to tweak the SRV, I think, in this. I mean, it's just not good. See if I can scan that object from where I am here. Maybe I'm not close enough. If I get airborne, maybe I can scan the thing. I don't care on the trespass zone, it's not important. No, I don't want to do the landing. No, go away. I don't want that. Forgetting I'm on a 1.5G. Well, I nearly did what I said I shouldn't do. I went onto my side, but I didn't do that in the end. Probably best to use either the lights or the night vision, not both at the same time, unless you're landed, and that's okay. Helps with the frame rate. So you've got a really good graphics card, which in case do what the hell you want, but yeah. I think if you're meeting up with other people as well, it helps to keep, you know, the lights off. It's some reason it actually has disproportionate effects on the frame rate if you're in a group with people. I shouldn't be flying backwards so quickly on this place. It's a bad move. I'm going to have to switch off this auto landing mode. It just comes on way too easily. I mean, basically, even if you hit 0 hovering above a world, it will just automatically try and land you. I'm going to have to switch it off for now, actually. It's the only way. Is it auto docking computer? Probably then. I think it's a subset of the docking computer. Now, I hope I won't lose altitude because of what I'm doing. I think my thrusters are powerful enough. I don't know that for a fact, though. I just have to re-engage the... Yeah, geological features, look. 3. Hang on, I'm looking for life rather than geology, aren't I? So, you know. Geological features are kind of, well, not 10 a penny, but they're not as important. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's a diamondback nearby. I didn't realise that. No, it's not showing up on contacts there, so I can't scan it conventionally. It has to be scanned on foot or by SRV. No, I'm not bothered, to be honest. I mean, on foot I'm not armed, so I can't really do much about those, yeah, I can't do much about the skimmers, I'm afraid. I should really arm myself, it'd probably be a wise move. I was wondering if it probably would become in use at some point for self-defense, if nothing else. And that's probably a good example. I need to get a rifle or a gun of some kind. And arm myself against those nasty skimmers. They are extremely stupid, but, you know. What do you expect? Actually, they're less intelligent than the scavengers that you find at Thargoid bases. Okay. Trying to find the geological... Actually, no, geological shows don't bother me, that's the thing. They're interesting under normal circumstances, but not so much now. I'm looking still on the quest for life. Yeah, that's cool. Actually, done 3 hours and 8 minutes, which is actually, I think, the longest stream I've done to date. At least for Elite, anyway. Which is cool. Thank you for everyone who's watching at the moment. If you've just joined us, then hello. I am Commander Yannick, and this is the Elite Dangerous Odyssey Alpha Phase 3, and we're searching for life. Having found life in previous phases of the game, there does seem to be a bug with the detailed surface scanner that's making it impossible to actually find life from orbit, which is a shame, meaning you have to really happen across it otherwise. Somewhat annoying, but that's the way it is at the moment. Right, also continuing to interrogate the system map as I had previously been doing. Points of interest again. So, okay, the points of interest are different things. There were settlements. Very conventional, very obvious. Landfall planets. What does that mean if I click on I mean, there's... Yeah, I think that means there's an atmosphere for that one. All these others, they're just airless worlds. Pretty conventional. Then where we are just now, Darken 9. See, yeah, obviously I think that obviously that frost symbol means it's an icy world. So I assume so. That mean high metal content possibly, Darken 9? What does it say? Yeah, high metal content. So yeah, it says graphical representation of high metal content. Okay, that makes sense. Try to right click on and see if there's anything else that it shows, but not. Let's look at the Ori map just in case. I mean, I've not looked at the Ori maps much since the update. No, I do like it. Ori is like a good way of showing how a system is laid out, the configuration of the orbits, and where they are relative, and also in terms of see this one we were just at planet 9, very very far out compared to all the other ones. Okay, so let's say contrast with the inner worlds here, which are relatively close to the star. Then you see like the moons that orbit them. You see the relative places of the moons in comparison, like go to the central star, which is over there, and then how close to alignment they are with each other. So it's all like the astronomical details in terms of like spatial positioning. And back to the actual system map. Yeah, these atmospheric worlds here, but are not landable. Again, a high metal content world, a tidally locked one. If I could land on that, that'd be wonderful. But it's unfortunately not a thing at the moment. Yeah, so this is a landable atmospheric world. Atmospheric argon. Cool. It literally is cool. It's very cold. A cold world. An alien world. I don't have many details right now. Yeah, I could go there. Yeah, why not? Just continue the quest in an interesting place. Oh, I hope that it's interesting anyway. There's just some random settlements. Okay. Actually, having said that, I'm going to need to rearm and re-equip, aren't I? Yeah, it's probably a good idea that I go to a base before I take a step forward. Oh yay, raid. Ah, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Hello to everyone who's just joined us. We're continuing the test of Odyssey Alpha. Hope you're all having a good day no matter where you are. Thanks, Commander Zero is high. Cool. Thanks for following. Right, I'm in the middle of, say, exploring, looking for life, and trying to do the genetic analysis. At the moment, I've not had as much luck, partly down to bugs in the Discovery scanner, but I have not given up. I am heading to a station at the moment to re-equip and rearm. Thank you, Mason. Thank you for following. Thank you everyone else who's following for helping the channel. Helps keep channels like this and other content creators going, and it's always much appreciated. Zeros, you're a Hutton trucker, are you? I thought I recognised the name from somewhere. Thank you, El Capitano. Much appreciated. Right, now I'm going to have to identify a place where I can rearm, recuperate, give myself a new SRV, etc. Just give a good system for that. Thank you, YouTube Spaceman, sorry, mispronounced that slightly. Most grateful. So asking how buggy is the Odyssey beta. It's like, well, it's got a fair few bugs in it, to be honest. I mean, The biggest problem as far as like scanning planets is definitely the Discovery scanner. It has this sort of weird bug, where the whole planet just turns green and you can't really see the subtle details you need to find life. So, thank you, Soriel. Is that how you pronounce it? 77. Thank you for following. But yeah, there are some other sorts of graphical and other glitches. I'd say Odyssey overall is not bad in terms of bugs, but there are certain annoying ones that do need to be fixed quite soon. But as I say, we're still relatively early in, so we've still got a few more weeks of this to go. So yeah, it's early days, yeah. Thank you, MJ. Thank you for following. Yeah, exactly. It's an alpha, isn't it? Tripping Pride. So absolutely. I think this is the point. Is that thank you, Tripping Pride, for following as well. But this is the case, isn't it? You've always got to keep that big picture in mind, whether it's an alpha or beta test. The whole point of having them is to, find these bugs, tell developers what they are, give them as much detail as you can, and cross your fingers that they can solve them in time. But I hope they will. I mean, I think Odyssey overall is looking pretty promising. There's a lot of good new features. I know a lot. I look at a lot of things through the eyes of an explorer because that's what I do more of than anything else in Elite. But yeah, an alpha test is always a lot more crude than a beta. A beta is more or less a finished game that just needs like a few bits of little bit of polish added to it and a couple of tweaks here and there. But an alpha is a much often more crude and kind of basic thing, and this is kind of what that is because we're much more limited to what we can do. Yeah, that's an interesting point, El Capitano, about combat. It's combat is something that has been kind of, in terms of space combat, fairly neglected for a while. I mean, I know the payments have improved recently in Horizons. Obviously, there's the FPS combat side at the moment, which is definitely that's a whole new angle. But space combat, yeah, it's I haven't really seen anything particularly connected with space combat as far as Odyssey goes. Though FDev have been like very strongly hinting that there's lots of things they're going to be adding to, or they're going to be announcing nearer to the actual launch date that they're going to be adding into Odyssey that aren't really in the public domain just yet. So it's going to be interesting to see what that is. Just have to find a place now to fly to that I can. What's the most appropriate system that I could find? Might go back to near where I was earlier. One of these earlier systems. More ships. I think that would be a good idea. I'd love to see some new ships. I mean, it would be very weird if they actually released Odyssey and didn't put out any new ships at all. I mean, that would be the first time ever, wouldn't it? That they'd have like a major update. But there's got to be something new. Just question, what is it going to be? Is it going to be a Panther Clipper? Is it going to be some kind of new combat ship? I mean, there are so many possibilities. It would be a new ship we've not even considered yet, Yeah, I think the game is overdue a kind of new ship. I mean, what was the last ship to come out? It was probably the Mamba, wasn't it? I mean, that was okay. It wasn't great. It's like a reasonable racing ship, but I mean, some people have used that as a PvP ship. And I've not heard particularly good things as a PvP ship, though. It's a bit of a gunboat, that one. Not necessarily in a good way. Let's go to here, Kappa Pegasus. Yeah, that's within the 50 light year bubble by the looks of it. Yeah, that looks cool. I'll fly there. Yeah, I don't mind the man, but it's not a bad ship. It's just kind of fairly limited into what it can do. It's like pretty much like a one-trick pony, really. And I think the truth is, we know it's not even the greatest of racing ships, which it was kind of, that advertised as such. If you're an out-and-out racer, more like to fly an Eagle or an Imperial Eagle or one of the sort of really light ships, probably a Viper, but those are the ones that really move. Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, most ships can do with a lot of improvement by engineering. The Mamba, I mean, is one of those ships that, as you say, needs a lot of engineering to make it like half decent. Its problems are mostly maneuverability, though, isn't it? And you want a straight line ship, it's wonderful, but if you want to maneuver at all, it's a bit of an issue, you know. You've got to be careful though in that regard, because you can have a ship that's too maneuverable. Like my racing Imperial Eagle is a good example of that. It's starters are too powerful, it's too maneuverable. It's actually really hard to control. So there's like maneuverability, but like controllability as well. I mean, I'm not exactly a PvP expert by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, I fly enough to understand that, and I've raced a few times. So yeah. Yeah. I'm always up Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy quotes. It's one of the most quotable series I think there's ever been in science fiction. Yeah, looks like a fish, flies like a fish, steers like a cow. Yeah. Absolutely. It's almost like that thing, you know, that I think SpaceX prototype that was flying fairly recently. You know, the one that looks like basically an aerosol. There's that sort of test bed that it just like when it flew in the air, it just looked like it, not just an aerosol can that was flying, but it also reminded me of the quote from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where it says like, yeah, the Vogon ships, they're hung in mid-air in the way that bricks don't, and that's literally what came to mind. It's a wonderful series. Those of you who've never actually seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's well worth seeing. There's like a radio play, there's the book, and there's a TV series and the film. I think the TV series and the radio play are probably the best ones. The books are really good as well, but the film, I thought it was okay, but it's like not quite as good as the series. Always take your towel. It's a dangerous universe out there. Right. Okay, I'm coming into a system for, say, rearm, repair, replenishment, etc. I lost my one and only SRV so far, so I've got to do something about that. I think there's bits of Odyssey that take a little bit of getting used to, like the system map. The various bits of it, the clicky bits have changed quite a bit. Like the targeting system especially, and it's, as I was saying earlier, I'm not really 100% sure they needed to do that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, it's a good quote as well. We have normality, any problems now, however, your own. Yeah. The infinite improbability drive. That's just such a brilliant idea, being as it flung literally to like every point in the universe simultaneously, and then arriving at your destination. Some of the names I think that Douglas Adams came up with, like, you know, is that like the computer called a Bamble Weenie Submesium Brain. It's like, what that means I don't know, but it sounds amazing. Bambolini Corporation. We still haven't found the planet of Magrathea, though. I mean, Raxler's one thing, but what about Magrathea? We still got to look for that, you know. In some ways, like, Magrathea is kind of the Raxler of that particular universe, except for they did find it. Depends what you believe about Raxler, though, you know. Is it actually in the game? Is it not? Is it findable? What the hell is it even? I mean, I don't think anyone knows what it actually is. Panagbatic Gargle Blaster. Yeah. Feeling like hit the head by a gold brick wrapped around a lemon. The other way around, so lemon wrapped around a gold brick. Sounds like some cocktails a friend of mine dreamt up. This is like a real life equivalent of that, and he called it cheap death. And it's almost as bad as it sounds. It's basically like he invented it when he was a student, and it was basically a pint glass with white lightning cider, which is, for those of you who aren't in the UK, a sort of very cheap, nasty drink that you don't really want to drink if you can possibly avoid it. And then topped up by cheap vodka, and it is pretty much lethal. Very similar to a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster, except for even less classy. Interesting, like the station's glowing in a way I've never really seen them before. I don't know if it's coming across on the stream, but it looks like almost like a sort of Ferris wheel in space at the moment. Nice. White lightning cider, exactly. A student's best friend in the regards that it is cheap as hell. Why am I not docking? Oh, I shut down the docking computer, didn't I? When I was hovering over that planet. That makes sense, yeah. Still. Yeah. White lightning is disturbingly cheap. And it's not really recommended. I mean, I like cider, but white lightning is truly only drunk if you're desperate. But then again, that's why it's a student's best friend, because it's as cheap as hell. Good bang for your buck, definitely. I mean, 100%. Yeah, you're right. It is about something like that, like £6 for 2 litres. I mean, you can get a disturbing amount of virtual alcohol poisoning for a shockingly low price. But then again, that, as the basis of any cocktail, is going to be, you know, pretty much lethal. Frosty Jacks as well, yeah, that's the other one. Always has been. There's something particularly sort of British about those drinks, as in, you know, they're sort of very low grade ciders that have very high alcohol content and are very cheap. There are some very good British ciders out there, don't get me wrong, but those ones are sort of almost charmingly cheap. It's been years since I've had either, to be fair, but yeah. It's all good. It's all good. I always thought it was something like, you know, the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster would actually be something akin to that. You know, it's like marketed as this really sophisticated drink, but in reality it's just not. I do think a lot of the time that is with drink, particularly its marketing. Like, there's some very expensive wines and spirits out there, which I'm pretty sure are not high grade. It's just because they have this reputation for being sophisticated, or the marketing makes them seem they're sophisticated, then people then buy them. And, you know, it's like sometimes you think, is this really worth the money? I don't think it is somehow. You know, it's just not even that great. Ah, Somerset, as in Somerset side like Scrumpy, you mean? Scrumpy's pretty potent, to say the least. Now that you can use as multi-surface cleaner as well. I mean, Scrumpy will kill all known life forms in the vicinity, yourself included if you're not careful. Like AU vodka. Is it an Australian vodka or something else? Yeah, I think any kind of vodka is kind of similar, isn't it? Yeah, it's multi-purpose. You can use it as a cleaning material. You could use it for cleaning wounds as well. You could use it as an anesthetic, potentially, for primitive procedures. Oh, band's called AU. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I think I prefer cider to vodka. Vodka is versatile, though. I will say that. Vodka is very good for cocktails. That is true. Like space cocktails. It's always that thing about going off on like exploration expeditions in Elite, like they're sort of joking about the, having a bar on Anaconda and everyone's sitting around there, and obviously sitting around the Fermiols, having a sort of roast and what have you. Yeah, vodka definitely is a good base. Scrumpy is interesting because it's like a really, really potent cider, and but having said it, it's so potent that it sort of tastes more of alcohol than of apple most of the time. It's like you're getting to the point where it's almost like you can feel your teeth kind of dissolving pretty much. Vodka and Red Bull is a classic though. I mean, it is like seriously good. It's one of those things that on paper it doesn't sound right, but it kind of works. But then again, it's a lot of cocktails like that. A lot of cocktails, the description does not sound particularly appealing. You put them together, and they're excellent. Yeah. Okay, I've got my SRV back. Yay. I wonder if there's anything else in this star system that I can have a look at. I say today is supposed to be in a quest for finding life, and I've not managed to find any. I found some accidentally when I wasn't looking for it the other day, but that's often the way, isn't it? You find things that you want when you're not looking for them. Oh dear. Right, there's no landable atmosphere worlds around here. I'll have to go to some other system to find that. Yeah, I think you could write like books on sort of cocktail combinations because there's just so many of them. That would be a really great idea to have like an Elite Dangerous related like book of cocktails. That sounds like a really good idea actually. Having said, you probably couldn't have, some of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy related names for copyright reasons. But other than that, I mean, try and make kind of a Lavian brandy. Having said that, Frontier might get a bit upset. He writes them like, "Dear David Braben, I had this idea for a Lavian brandy cocktail. It's like, what do you think of this? I will send you a sample." See, if you put it that way, he can't say no, can he? Who's gonna say no to a nice cocktail? May have hit an idea for like a seriously good venture there. Elite cocktails. Oh, that would be fun. Find a system that I can have fun in. Oh, it looks interesting. Just randomly click on systems to see where I've been recently. Though Hank said it may have reset during the changeover, the different phases. I think that might be the case actually. It might have reset. But yeah, if someone hasn't already written an Elite cocktail book, they should definitely do that. It's the kind of thing that LaveCon should do as well actually. They should be like different cocktails. If they're not already doing that, they're missing out on it. I haven't actually been to LaveCon yet. I keep meaning to go. But then again, the pandemic got in the way as well. So, what are you going to do? It's a likely system. It doesn't have to be an inhabited system, does it? That's the thing. It can be any system at all. Let's click on a random system, actually. Let's do that. Maybe we navigate by star class instead. Yeah, this is the only thing about the new layout. So to look around for the map mode that I actually want. Yes, star class, cool. Yeah. Oh, Yembo is in New Yembo? Yeah. That's not a... That's elsewhere. Just randomly fly there. That seems fair enough. Oh, I can't go there, fortunately. Thank you, Ravinni. That's a cool name. Thank you for the following. Yeah, I'm just trying to, in my mind, sort of like dream up different sort of cocktails at the moment and think what could be good if like copying very sort of dangerous names over. But you do have to be careful. Last thing I want to do is get sued by Frontier Developments for nicking their copyright or using their copyright inappropriately or something. Can't think of anything in the game that's called a cider though. Maybe they just don't have that, yeah. Like old Deborah and whiskey and stuff. Yeah, I'll go here, sort of. Okay. Yeah, I can navigate to that system. Cool. Yeah, I'll call you Raven then, no worries. Yeah, I think you're right. If you approach them the right way, they might like it. But again, that's what these sort of things like, you know, LaveCon and the like are for. You can talk to people face to face about these sort of things. But yeah, it's I don't know if that's going to be happening this year. They said it was, but I don't know if the unlocking is going to happen in this country quickly enough. It might do. I think a lot of people are going to be pretty cautious for a while about these sort of public events. We'll see though. We'll see how things change. But yeah, ultimately, it's well, I think a sci-fi cocktail thing would be a good idea. I think in London at one point, this was like about 7 or 8 years ago, there used to be a sort of Star Trek themed bar in central London. Well, the problem is, I think it actually shut down before I got a chance to go there. Some friends of mine went there and said it was really cool. But I think even then, it wasn't just like Star Trek they ended up using. It was like various other sci-fi things. So, yeah, I mean, someone should definitely do that again. I'd go. Yeah, it's funny when you can't actually get certain names on Twitch, or they've been taken already by someone else. Or I think Twitch seems to be quite peculiar and particular about names and naming conventions. They're very, very weird about passwords for some reason. It's paranoia, I suppose. I mean, it's probably better being safe than sorry, yeah, having a complicated password system. Still, I can't complain too much. Yeah, and that's the thing that can happen, is you just forget all the details to it. I mean, to be fair, I think I've had the Twitch account for a while. I just watch other people. I didn't actually start streaming till relatively recently. It's a good time to start, though, with this alpha testing going on. I think I generally tend to enjoy these alpha and beta tests because you can actually just like, you know, throw caution to the wind and do what the hell you want. Because I've described it as being like the Las Vegas of Elite. You know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas kind of mentality. Or a lot of bands on tour, what happens on tour stays on tour. And it's that sort of thing, you know, it doesn't affect your main game at all. You could be, you know, as weird and as out there as you like and take as many risks as you want, and it doesn't really matter because it all gets wiped anyway. But I think, have you noticed in the past, sometimes people have used these sort of tests, especially beta tests, when you've got more or less the functional game there, as sort of like opportunities to sort of like, you know, work out sort of new ideas or new techniques, or do weird things that they would consider to be normally quite risky. But then, just like, for example, like people, explorers who don't usually do much combat, to start sort of overloading themselves and going on combat sprees. There's all kinds of interesting things can emerge like that. Or have like insane demolition derby events like on a regular basis, because again, it just doesn't matter, Oh, hello, bad cops. I will give the dog a bone, yes. Put it in the dog bowl. Right, I've arrived in the target system. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, as I say, it's like, I mean, apart from the freedom of an alpha test, it's like this is quite a sort of multi-layered difference. It's not just like Horizons has a new element to it. They say even the Horizons-esque elements of Odyssey are being sort of redone, and there's a lot of code work that's been done. Horizons itself is going to be resculpted, as far as the devs have been saying. And especially Dr. Ross's stream from like about a month ago, we're saying things like the actual planets, even in Horizons, are going to be remodeled, like they are going to on the back of the technology that's being used for Odyssey. So everything you're seeing with these new worlds, the new sort of types of terrain in Odyssey, will be in Horizons as well. So that's going to sort of filter down, like in the way a lot of Horizons content kind of filtered into the base game. Even if you couldn't land on planets, the base game was still transformed by Horizons, and in turn Horizons is being transformed by Odyssey. So a lot of these things will probably end up there as well. So it's all like working on different levels and in different ways. So this is, in so many ways a change. Like these new system map, I think this is going to fundamentally still be there. Even if the bugs with it are fixed, it's still going to be there in its fundamental form into the future. It's like future expeditions that I'm planning. It's going to be sort of like the base of it is going to be Horizons. The skeleton of it is going to be Horizons, and the Odyssey, like sort of specific Odyssey content like Space Legs, is going to be like stuff on top of that as well, like, because a lot of people are going to not have Odyssey, especially when it first launches, because a lot of them are going to wait and see what happens and what Odyssey is like, and then they'll get it if they like what they see. Obviously, this whole alpha thing is something to do with that as well. A lot of people are seeing what's happening, and I can't blame anyone. Obviously, I got the alpha partly because I'm curious. I mean, I bought the alpha long before I even thought about streaming, to be honest. And it was just something I was going to buy anyway. And because I do exploration organising, it's kind of expected of me to know about these things. So here I am, discovering what I can, thinking sometimes how these things can be used in an exploration sort of context. Obviously, there's so many other areas of the game that sort of affect it as well, as you say. Like there's combat, there's going to be some interesting like racing things going on as well, because people are going to be able to race each other on foot too, or maybe even like jumping out of SRVs, like it's like triathlon with SRVs and things and ships. That's another possibility that could be brought around for events because of Odyssey. So yeah, there's lots of stuff that's going to like affect the community in different ways. If anyone's just come to the stream, welcome. I am Commander Yannick, and we're doing Odyssey Alpha. And this is the Phase 3 of Odyssey Alpha. We've got a bigger bubble and more exploration stuff, more life forms to be catalogued and scanned and probed and prodded and whatever. Discovering these things as I go. Trying to discover what's on this world here. But say everyone is welcome in the stream, whether you're an old hand at Elite Dangerous, whether you've never played Elite in your life and want to see what it's all about. Come to the right place. Now you see, this is somewhat of a bug, though people were asking about this earlier. This is not supposed to look like this. It's supposed to look more subtle. It looks like a giant bit of snot. And that's not a compliment. It kind of does look a bit weird. I mean, I know it's supposed to show, like, theoretically, like, different things in a scan. Like, I'm going through the different sort of parts of the scan, and it's very difficult to pick out very much. I mean, there's a little bit on that fungoids one, I suppose, but it's, you know, like bacterial colonies, there's nothing there. Yeah, see, tundra shrubs, a little bit osseous, fungoid. Suppose there's something there, but it's a bit general. Concha, maybe that's all right, but maybe I'll use one of these to see if I can find something. But yeah, I think I'll use this as a sort of as a guide. It's better here. Beforehand, it was just like completely green. Like, I'll show you what color green, like that, pretty much everything. This is a little bit better. This actually shows something, because I was on a world previously that had one biological site. See on the right hand side, it says biological in brackets 7. It had one biological site and it would not show up on the scanner at all. This world, at least something is showing up. It's not easy to pick stuff out, as in like specifics. It's like very generalized, but it does seem to at least be there, so the bug is less bad here. It's still a bit problematic, but it's at least something, you know. Okay, I'll go back to the standard game mode, and I'll pick a site and fly there. See, there's these other human sites here. Yeah, sod those. I'm just going to go to one of these other. I assume they're like that sort of more kind of limeish green is supposed to be where the life is, I guess. As I say, this is the first time it's actually worked properly, so I'm going to see what happens. Hope to find something I can actually scan properly. That would be a first. So, you've all come at the right moment. Thank you. But yeah, if the world was actually this colour green, it would be somewhat odd, but interesting. I remember something in Star Trek that looked like this once. I'm pretty sure there must have been something in the original series of Star Trek that looked a sort of snot green colour. I can't remember what it was, but there's definitely something like that. Does anyone recall that? I mean, it was alien looking with a capital A. Now, this is an atmospheric world, obviously thin atmosphere, but hence the search for life is more interesting, more important than these places. I know before there have been, you know, things like the brain trees and other, you know, seemingly simple life in Horizons. But okay, flying around here, see if I identify anything from the air. Another bug that you may be aware of is these sort of look at the terrain, that sort of square, almost pixelating effect. Yeah, it's resolving a little bit better now, but yeah, initially it was kind of very sort of squarish, and yeah, it does resolve after a time usually, but doesn't always resolve, so that's another sort of graphical bug that does seem to exist. Yeah, there's lots of good stuff in all the Star Trek series, I think. The original series obviously has like the worst effects and budget just because of the time that it was, yeah, it came out in. But for its time it was actually pretty decent. Still a fun series, I think. It's pretty important for its time. Obviously it was like a breakthrough for its era. There's not really been like an American TV show like that before. Just going around if I can see anything from the skies. The frame rate's getting a bit slow at the moment. What about over here? What are these things? Yeah, I'm going to sit down over here and see what I can find. This landscape looks a bit more promising as well. There's actually looks like a good amount of hills over there, maybe even low mountains, which had been a problem previously. Raven, we said pretty brainless. Do you mean the sci-fi of that era was pretty brainless, or the original series itself was like not well thought out or something? Yeah, I know what you mean about those sort of trees, that sort of variety of flora, yeah. Yeah, there's some of that, definitely. I encountered those the other day. This looks like it could be, I'm not sure what it is. Is it a kind of fungus or a tree or something? I think I can go on foot to these ones, they're near enough. Oh no, I agree, definitely, Raven. It was the original series of Star Trek was actually like so much better than almost every other sci-fi of that era. It was kind of groundbreaking, really, for the 60s. Yeah, it's still fun to watch even now, I think. You consider when it was made and what else was on TV at the time, yeah, it seems like light years ahead of all of that. Okay. I notice sometimes it is a bit slow to load up like the next scene or the next sequence. I don't know if that's just my internet connection or something, but yeah, that's the thing. There's always quite a lot of variables to this as well, like in Elite generally. Like having a good internet connection always helps. Whereas I think with the alpha servers, they're probably, you know, less powerful overall than the full game ones are going to have. Obviously, because it is a test server, isn't it? So yeah. Okay, let's go forwards and see what there is. See, this is this kind of plant here. Plants. So the one on the left, it looks like quite a typical sort of plant, like a shrub. Looks pretty ordinary. The one on the right is quite psychedelic looking. No, you're right about optimization. I think this is the key part that I've been sort of saying pretty much since the phase 1 of Alpha as well. It's like the optimization was really not good at the start. It's improved since then. It's still not quite there, but obviously with each like level that they're adding, every layer that they're adding to it, they're having to optimize that afterwards. But this is quite a cool view, I think. All the plants, and you've got the atmosphere over there. It looks almost Earth-like in a way. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of that actually, because that's a cool scene. Take a high-res shot. See, I don't quite. This is another bug that hang over from Horizon. It starts like flashing around, and you take a high-resolution screenshot. Should have like you know, a warning maybe on it. Yeah, it's like a desert scene. It is in a way like a sort of desert, like kind of an arid, semi-desert thing. Because you've got that kind of greenery in the background, and then you've got the foreground is, yeah, looks more like a sort of desert than anything else. Apologies, it looks kind of weird on the stream, but sometimes taking a screenshot in high res does that. It doesn't always. That's the weird thing, you know. It's like a trippy thing, isn't it? You know, like you've eaten some of the cactus and now you're having this weird acid vision or whatever. Yeah, they say it does that in Horizons as well, so it's a bit of a hangover from that too. The weird thing, it doesn't always do that in Odyssey, but it always does it in Horizons. A bit strange, but I think just some graphics cards react like that for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why, but it just does. But yeah, it's go back to the cactus. I'm going to call it a cactus anyway because that's what it looks like near me, and see what I can do with this now. Memorize what the controls are for this, because I haven't done as much on footwork as some people have. I've just done a lot of flying around in spacecraft and some SRV running. Okay. Didn't get much closer than that. How close can I get? Ooh, yeah. Well, the good thing is the graphics aren't breaking up. The 3D model is solid. It's pretty detailed. I mean, I haven't got mine on the highest graphic settings by any stretch of the imagination. I'm trying to keep the frame rate solid. So, I think that is very well modeled. I like that kind of shrub. Hang said it's easier to manage that kind of like fairly simple fractal, but with some nice colours. Over here, the sort of psychedelic cactus. It's more shiny. I like it. It's a very odd looking plant, but in a very cool way. Now that looks genuinely alien. That's what I like about that. As you said, this looks a bit like something out of Star Trek the original series as well. Yeah, the fern is it's fairly straightforward. That's what I like about it. It does look like something that you could easily have a real world plant on Earth looking exactly like that. It's yeah, it's very well modelled, very straightforward. Very good marks. Top 9 out of 10 for that one. The cactus, the flower at the end of it, that's very well modelled. The detail on that is very good. The main body of the cactus is a bit more sort of kind of typical sort of 3D modelling, but some of the ridges are very very detailed, and I like the intricacies on those. Yeah, I'm going to walk elsewhere to see. There's a few of these around here, of a very similar kind. These sort of shrubs, the ferns, and the kind of crazy cactus. I don't know what else to call them really. Yeah. Don't think I can interact with them in any serious sense. Trying to remember what the controls are for these. I think that's another sort of complaint that a few people have had recently, is that the FPS parts of Odyssey that you have to like input and memorize a unnecessarily large number of controls, like even more than some actual FPS shooter games kind of do have, which is kind of weird. It is true, I don't remember like, you know, the Dooms or Quakes or some of the Battlefield games actually having quite as many controls for simple functions. Like, why are there separate functions for different grenade throws? Shouldn't maybe like there's one, like you hold a button down for longer for the second kind of throw, maybe? Would simplify things massively rather than having separate buttons and everything for that. You know, there's definitely ways to simplify things. Actually, that's interesting. I'll take a step back for a second there. See, this one, this fern, has kind of pods on it in the middle of this sort of reddish, dark reddish brown kind of pod. Yeah. Now this is definitely an aspect of Odyssey that I very much approve of. Atmospheric worlds that look organic. The surface looks very plausible. The plants themselves are extremely plausible. A lot of work has obviously gone into this particular kind, and I very much approve. It's very, very good. Yeah, it's this kind of thing as an explorer is genuinely what I like to find. It's like new things, and it's something that the game's been crying out for a very long time. Having stuff like this, just more sort of alien things, plants, fungi, or whatever, cacti. All good stuff, really. It's all excellent, yeah. Just exploring it all, really, and seeing what there is. There's this whole sort of field of them over here. Cacti and ferns and things. That's a cool view. You've got the Cobra 3 against the background of the sky and with all the plants nearby. I think the rock sort of details, the fine details of the rock, like the one to the right here, that's definitely improved a lot on Odyssey. I mean, I still do like the Horizons modelling. It's very good for environments like the moon, particularly. Those kind of very arid atmosphere, less worlds, are modelled pretty well, I think, in Horizons. But obviously, worlds like this, you need more sophistication. You need that kind of finer detail. Like, I don't know if they're actually deliberately modelling minerals and the geology more accurately. I think they might be. I think there was hints at that in some of the Frontier live streams over the last few months. But you see that kind of green colour as well, not just necessarily here, but just elsewhere and on even airless worlds, where you've got like a grey rock, but you've got green on top. I don't know if it's supposed to be olivine or not, which is like extensively found on the moon. That kind of stuff, if that's true, they're using that kind of geological detail. Now that would be superb. Because obviously, unlike Frontier, do like to put a good amount of real world science into Elite and other titles. They're kind of known for it, really. I mean, not everything in Elite obviously is like, real world science, but as I say, a good amount of it is. Or as much as they realistically can put into it, No, 100% Raven. It's like the more you can add like to all of these things, the more real it seems. And this is definitely a step in making it seem more real. Yeah, say, like, look at the scene here. The terrain is more sort of varied, I think. The detail is finer. Yeah, it goes without saying the plants are much more sort of detailed and using more sophisticated sort of models and generation to do them. Obviously, I say like making a fern like that is probably mathematically easier to model because it's more of a fractal. These cacti are probably a bit more complicated to model, I would have thought, but they still look nice. The cacti look like they've been probably just like modelled in a sort of 3D rendering package, but in a good way. As in, they look like they could be like a plausible sort of alien plant, and they are. Now that view I've got there, that is exceptional, because you've got on the right where the sun is sort of shining, and you've got the colour is different to the other bits of the sky, which is very realistic. And then you've got the different sort of gradient across the landscape, and you can see like the different colours. I mean, the colour palette alone is actually pretty impressive. And you say this is nowhere near the highest resolution either, or the highest levels of detail, because I must admit my graphics card is not the best. It's above the minimum specs for Odyssey, and obviously this isn't the optimized version yet either, so it's only going to get better from here on in. And that's anyone who's watching who's consider getting Odyssey. This is like the very basic version of Odyssey. It is going to get better, and this is already, that's a fantastic view. It really is. I mean, I'm not easily impressed, but things like this particular world is definitely impressing me. I am hoping overall Odyssey will bring new elements for all the different parts of the sort of Elite community. So I think very few people just do one thing. I mean, if let's say you primarily do combat, you'll probably do other things as well. And if you're primary explorer, you'll do other things too, because if you just get bored, you do the same thing over again and again. But it makes sense to have sort of try and bring new elements to like all parts of Elite. Yeah, as I say, apparently there's like quite a few announcements due about new elements to Odyssey that have yet been talked about by Frontier. It's like a sort of small forest there of cacti against. That's sort of. It's not actually nebula in the background. That's the galaxy, isn't it? The sort of sideways view into the Milky Way. It's a beautiful scene. I mean, this in VR, particularly, is going to be spectacular. This at the highest, the ultra settings in virtual reality is going to be absolutely fantastic. I think VR is not going to be supported from the initial release of Odyssey, but it will be. Apparently, some people have already like hacked in to what coding of VR already exists. Some people are making mods at the moment, apparently, to actually to make that hack more easy to access. So that all sounds all very promising. So they are working on VR by the sounds of it. They're just maybe not satisfied with the state of play just yet. But I think absolutely people do want VR, because obviously like Elite is well known for being one of the best, if not maybe the best VR game there is out there. And obviously, I can't see them not wanting to support VR in the long run. Because if you've got a reputation for being really good at it already, maybe there's some technical problems with certain, like, let's say, surfaces in VR or something, and they just want to postpone putting it out there until it's ready. I mean, that makes the most sense, rather than just not having VR support at all. But yeah, I'm just imagining all of this in virtual reality. It'd be just phenomenal. In some ways, putting this out in alpha form was actually quite a smart marketing move by Frontier, because, well, people like myself and, PC Mag and other sort of anyone who's like basically reviewing, because in a way, I'm not actually reviewing it, but I kind of, by streaming it, am kind of like, giving, public relations value to Frontier by doing so, giving them publicity, even though it's not, obviously, I don't work for Frontier and I don't have any personal connection with them at all. But I think like everyone who's like streaming the alpha is doing the same thing by just like showing it really as it is. I mean, some people got a lot better graphic setups than me, who just, I'm looking at that going, whoa, that's really, really good. Yeah, even on this, it's actually, it's pretty decent. I say mine's definitely above minimum specs, but it's not great compared to some machines out there. And some streamers, especially the pro streamers, have like absolutely monstrous machines with like those insanely powerful graphics cards, and good for them. I would definitely want a machine like that someday. But yeah, I mean, in 2D it's excellent. In VR it's going to be just amazing. Yeah, this is the thing about streamers and Odyssey. It just seems like such an obvious thing to do. It's kind of weird not to. I mean, I have actually streamed, since Odyssey started, I have done a fair few Horizon streams as well, but that's only been at the very beginning when I couldn't really get Phase 1 to work that well with my machine. For some reason, it just, there were too many incompatibilities and bugs, and then they improved it, and the fixes, I think, actually made it okay to run. And even on some top machines, like the Phase 1 was very slow, but it makes no sense not to have a go at running Odyssey. But yeah, these days I kind of I try to do about 50-50 Odyssey Horizons, because obviously a lot of Horizon stuff is just much more obviously complete, and certain things I can do in that much more easily than I can in Odyssey. And obviously I've got the whole galaxy still, and all my ships and everything. But yeah, as if you were a streamer, it's kind of silly not to be doing this because it's just, it's really obvious why. Yeah, I think you have to do a mix. I think you probably would get a bit frustrated, a bit bored, just because of the limitations of the Odyssey Alpha. If it was Odyssey Beta, you probably wouldn't need necessarily to leave Odyssey. You probably would just keep going, but because it's an alpha, it's not really practical to just do the alpha alone. But yeah, I have watched other people's Odyssey streams. And yeah, so some of the stuff is just on the highest levels, absolutely unbelievable graphics. The sound is excellent. I think there's one thing that everybody agrees on about Frontier's products, especially with Elite, is that even people who are quite skeptical of Frontier's approach to the way the game is developed all agree that the sound design is absolutely amazing, and it still is in this. The thing is, like, Space Legs is almost like another game within Elite, and that's what it's supposed to be. I think it's adding like a sort of sub game to it, really. But I think as long as it's integrated well with the rest of the content, then that's not a problem. But as I say, it is still very much a work in progress. I do wonder when the release date will be, whether they will actually keep to their where they promised their shareholders it would be. What is it, the end of, what is it, Q2 or something like that? Second quarter? I think that was it. I haven't got the report in front of me or anything, so I can't remember, but it's something like that. It's, yeah. Because the end of Q2 would be June, I think. So if it goes to plan, then it'll be out by the end of June. This is the thing I have an expedition to be doing in in July, so it's like just crossing my fingers it'll actually be out before then. Because if it's not, it's going to be a bit of a pain, you know. Yeah, I think because I think they do it by businesses often work these things out by quarters, and the first quarter ends in March. The second quarter ends in June. They said by the end of Q2, so second quarter ends in June. So their aim is to have it out by the end of June. It's possible it'll be out by then. I mean, there's been quite a few bugs. That's the only reason I doubt it, because there have been like a fair few bugs that maybe they'll fix them quickly. I don't know. Maybe, because obviously I don't work for Frontier or anything, so I don't have direct access to sort of what's going on with the code or anything. I mean, they may be much closer to making the whole thing work smoothly than I realise, but we will see. Time will tell. Yeah, at the moment, the frame rate's picked up again. I mean, earlier in my stream, it was actually going as low as about 10 frames a second at one point, which wasn't good. It's now up to about 30, so that's a lot better. Yeah, I'm much happier with this planet I found. I mean, a few others I was doing earlier in the stream were just getting annoying, because one of them just destroyed my SRV. It's like, that's one of the, actually, the sort of critiques I'd have at the moment is the SRV model. The SRV is fragile at the best of times. It's too fragile now. It's got to the point where even like moderate-sized, medium-sized rocks are damaging it in a way that they wouldn't in Horizons. And in Horizons, it's actually quite fragile anyway. It's now to the point, it's like, you know, you pretty much breathe on it and it kind of dies, you know. With that can't, they've got to change that. It can't be sustained. I say before you say what you want, Raven, it's okay. But I say with Frontier, I'm always about constructive criticism. As with anything, it's always best to sort of, you know, if you have a point to make, then make it. But it's always like, be constructive. That's always the best way, because how is anyone supposed to know to improve something if they don't know what's wrong, you know? But then again, there's another reason I think it was a good idea to put the alpha out, because it's much better feedback in detail as well, on the minutiae of this. Because obviously, even in software engineering, like, small issues can sometimes be symptoms of much bigger problems. And you want to know, you always want to know. Even if something's bad, it's better that you know than you don't. Because obviously then if you know what it is, you stand a chance of fixing it. Oh, I've got to get back to the ship. I'm losing power. I think I've probably got a spare somewhere, but I'm not going to take any chances at the moment. I should make it back okay to the ship in time. Definitely not gone too far away from it, but yeah. It's interesting that I kind of kick up some dust here, I can see. Yes, little details like that are always very welcome. It's the attention to detail. It's always important. Interestingly, I've noticed the oxygen meter. This was 100%, so that's never a problem. It's always the power, which makes sense, I suppose. Especially like the 34th century, that batteries aren't really that much better than they are now. I mean, maybe they are. I'm being facetious a bit, but yeah. I think I probably do have a spare pack somewhere, but I'm not sure. Best be on the safe side in this case, I think. Ah, dust devils, eh? Yeah, that makes sense. No, you're right. It is depending on what they're powering. Obviously, like a spacesuit is going to be potentially quite like a high power thing. Then again, I was thinking in real life, those batteries on spacesuits, they last for a few hours at least, anyway. Okay. Yeah, so I've not really explored the sort of FPS on-foot combat part of this yet, which I will do in due course. I was just more excited for the sort of exploration part of it. But yeah, I mean, to my mind, the FPS part of this is more like a sort of bonus part of the game. I mean, maybe there'll be like elements of it that you have to let's even explore or trade or something. There's still things that you might want to steal from a base, let's say, like a secret plan or something, or data to something that you want to get to. You might have to resort to shooting at that point, but yeah, I'm not adverse to doing it. I am a fan of various sort of FPS games, but just within the Elite sort of universe, I've yet to try it, but I will soon. I think one of the next things I'll probably do is have a stab at that, and all the various lovely weapons that they've got. But yeah, by the sounds of what other people have been telling me, there are various sort of bugs with that too. The first-person shooter sort of aspects of it. There's definitely quite a lot of bugs, like bases, everyone in the base being alert to you once you manage to make contact with one of them. I mean, just instantaneously, not just alert the fact you're there, but instantaneously be aware of your precise location. I mean, stuff like that is just a bit annoying. I mean, there should be some kind of variation. They can't know everything instantaneously. That's just not how things work in life, But yeah, see there's like the dust sort of rising up from the ground there. I'm going to go to external cam actually, just to see what we can find in terms of details. But you see, from a ground level, and you're on foot, you can't see that sort of square phenomenon, that sort of almost half pixelation on the terrain. You don't see it as much, but from a higher vantage point, you can see it. And that's something that's a sort of a bug that needs to be fixed still. Like the distance over there in the middle of the screen, there's that kind of square effect again. But yeah, I'm not the only person who's seen this. I don't know if it's a particularly a certain kind of graphics card does this, whether it's a certain kind of setting or whether it's just a game problem generally, but more than a few people have pointed that out. But I will say to anyone also listening in on the stream that overall my opinion is still very much that the whole DLC for Odyssey is worth it very much. Yeah, there are teething troubles, but as people have pointed out, it is an alpha test, and this is still fairly sort of early days, and there's still a lot of work they will do on this before they release it. So yeah, it's there's way more good than bad, but I say what bad there is are just teething problems, and problems that I can see being solved pretty easily. There's nothing here that's like insanely game breaking that can't be solved, without too much difficulty. I might fly to those mountains, assuming they are mountains. I don't know how far away they actually are, but they look quite promising. And greetings to anyone who's just joining the stream. I'm Commander Yannick, and we are here in the third phase of the Elite Dangerous Odyssey alpha test, and things have actually started to look up a bit. Almost quite literally, because I found this very beautiful, kind of elegant atmospheric world. And the views here are exactly the kind of thing that I've wanted to see in Elite for such a long time. Having the sort of the fauna as well, the alien plants. Yeah, and just the way it all fits together. And just the views I'm showing at the moment on the external camera. From seeing the way the star is over there, the sort of distant planet that you can see just off to the left, now in the middle, through to the mountains, the sort of greenery. And then as we go down to lower levels, you can see some local plants, some sort of alien flora and fauna. If I can actually zoom into them from this angle, I might be able to. I'm not 100% sure from the ship external camera that I can, but I will try and find you the view that I was talking about. There they are. Yeah, now I get close to the ground and I'll zoom in a bit further to show you what they are. Earlier on, I was actually on foot looking at these different kind of this combination of like a sort of fern and a cactus. Yeah, it's an interesting point there, Raven, about terraform worlds and about how they might look. And yeah, that's like one of the next stages, isn't it? To have the thicker atmospheric worlds, like Earth-like, like water worlds, ammonia worlds, stuff like that, really. Although obviously having bigger, more complicated weather systems, those are going to be very interesting to model as well on the macro scale. Yeah, like this is the other cactus and the fern I was describing, and I just changed the camera angle very slightly to get the view, but yeah, this is exactly the sort of thing. Now, this exact kind of shot is what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's the whole view, the plants, the atmosphere, the way the terrain is. The particular shot, there is no sort of graphical anomalies that I can see of any significance anyway. So this is the kind of stuff I think they were always aiming for and that we always wanted to have. I think, to be fair to Frontier, they are, by their own admission, running literally years behind their original schedule. I think the original schedule had been like thrown out the window by now. But yeah, I think we were supposed to have atmospheric worlds quite a long time ago, and space legs quite a long time ago. But for all kinds of reasons. It's been somewhat delayed, but better late than never, as always. But yeah, I mean, obviously, then the speculation is like, what is the long-term future of Elite in this regard? Is Odyssey going to be the last sort of major expansion, or will there be another one after that, say, for these sort of thick atmospheric worlds and some other bits and pieces down the road? I mean, it could well be, considering it's still profitable and still like lots of people play this. And is it like 4 million people own the game and about 500,000 play on a regular basis? So, and it's still like Frontier's most profitable title by quite a margin. So, just by simple economics, not just the fact that it's David Braben's sort of personal sort of baby anyway. I mean, his entire career is basically built on the back of the Elite series. He's a legend pretty much because of Elite in the first place. The original Elite, that is. And so I'd be very doubtful if he or Frontier give up on Elite anytime soon. I mean, not for years, I don't think. I mean, I think it'll probably be at least 4 or 5 years minimum if the game starts winding down. If at that point it happens at all. I mean, who knows? It could end up being something like Eve or other games that have gone on for like 10, 20 years online and just kept on going and going and going. I mean, that may well be possible. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Elite launched in late 2014. So, yeah, it's been a while. Definitely. It feels almost a shame to move on from this location because it is actually quite a cool one. But I think I will have to do that at some point. Actually, to be fair, yeah. This looks like a very good place to probably wind down the stream, actually, because I've been going for like 4.5 hours now, so that's a good amount of time. But here we are. I'll just tell you the planet's name just in case you're interested in visiting it. I'll just have to go back into the cockpit to do that. Yes. No, absolutely, you're right, Raven. It could well end up like Eve, or those sort of like, even like World of Warcraft's been around for a long time as well. I mean, that kind of epic length is entirely possible. Okay, the planet that I'm on is HIP 1102.053A. So yeah, that's I'd recommend it. It's a nice place to visit if you've got the Odyssey Alpha. But I'm sure there's lots of other really cool places as well within the Alpha that are also worth visiting. Still, thank you for everyone who's been on the stream today, for everyone who's contributed in the chat. It's been one of the most interesting and lively streams for a while. Thank you everyone who's followed today. Very grateful for that. Just thank you everyone for being here. It's been great, and I'd like to, it'd be great to see more of you in future as well. I hope to see you around. So my regular schedule is usually from Monday to Friday. I do Elite most days. Sometimes I do other games as well, but Elite probably about usually 4 out of 5 days, and I tend to sort of stream from 7 UTC sort of onwards. But yeah, it's been awesome. Thank you everyone, and fly safe. And if you can't fly safe, fly dangerous. I will see you soon. Have a good one.